I've lost my marbles.
Marbles? As in, like, tile flooring?
Hello, everybody. I'm Tough Lauren. Interesting. But welcome to this episode of the Cheap Seat Critics Podcast, number 200. Wow. Wow. I'm as
Yeah,
shocked as anyone else.
yeah. To quote
Whew.
Poe from Kung Fu Panda 2, guys, I can't believe we made it this far.
No, I can believe it. We made it this. 200 weeks straight. That's crazy. That is true. It has been 200 straight. There's been, I guess, a little interlay of some supplemental that took over for a point, but still Yeah, the something that non-numbered week. stuff. Yeah. Yeah. So it's a little more than 200, I think, in a row. But Yeah. still, with me today, we have.
Hello, everybody. I'm one of your hosts, a geeky writer.
I'm Crimson Maroon. And I'm Sprinks, and hey, if you're listening from Neverland, you can find us over on, you can find us on Blue Sky, Blue Ski, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok. We have a letterbox where we have our average out numbers and graphs, so whatever it is we have done and covered. And at the time of this recording, something special may have happened. I don't know. We also have visual side of things over on YouTube, Rumble, and Spotify, but maybe not your cup of tea. Don't worry, even though this one's very bright for visual. I would say you could listen to us over on audio platforms where you could be listening to right now, and there's tons of those. With that, let's go into the intro. And we're back.
Hey, we're back.
And we flew through that intro. Oh, did we? You had a happy thought?
Shoot, I forgot my happy thoughts.
Yeah.
No, we're good. I'm with my best friends. I got it.
Oh, good. Let me pose a question. Why is this number 200? Because this is not remotely a controversial film within the podcast history. It's not? With hint of sarcasm. No, I mean, much like Cat in the Hat for episode 100, where it was a controversial or talked about film, Hook has fairly recently been brought up several times of being a hot button topic. So, figured that would be a good one. Unless I misunderstood it. No, I agree. I don't know if I would say recently. I feel like Hook's been talked about a
I think
good lump sum. Was it talked about before 100?
it might have been mentioned before 100, but I don't think so. I feel like it started coming to more fruition after about 150 because I know it came up in a recap because we were going through Crimson's ratings. And then that was the first like proper time it was mentioned for a more prolonged discussion.
Okay. That does make sense. It was compared to Crimson's ratings, which is a standout difference. But yeah, it's been brought up more than a few times. Yes. In the sense that I myself, Sprinks, am quite high on this movie, and Crimson here is quite low on the movie. Ryder, I think, is okay with the movie. I don't know how that sway changed, podcast watch, all that. But that is, I think, the reason we chose from a very high point and very low point. Much like Cat in the Hat was kind of inverse, where Crimson was very high on Cat in the Hat, and I was very low on it.
Yes, and I'm theoretically neutral. More neutral.
Yeah, and Cat in the Hat. Yeah, that was a little sad that you ended up neutral by the end of that. Well, if I remember, Ryder gave it a 5 and not a 5.5, so that was more of the negative end of things, even though it fit in his average. So I count that as a win for me.
Gotta take his victories and run with it. I get it.
Yep. But this one I know we have all seen before, so let's go into our histories of the film, starting with Ryder.
Oh boy. All right. Well, I maybe teensy weensy lied to you both about my feelings towards this movie.
Great, Sly Fox Rider.
Yeah. So, as it turns out, as a kid, I hated this movie.
Oh, ho, 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 ho.
And it's not
Wow.
now, mind you, it's my fond memories regarding this movie always had to do with anything with Robin Williams. Um, but I don't know why, as a kid, I just couldn't stand this movie. And it might be that I just didn't like uh I feel like it was because I didn't really like the way I didn't like Peter's character. I know that sounds really weird to say. I like how Robin Williams portrayed him. I think that I just felt it was just felt very weird for me as a kid. This film just had felt off to me, and I still really can't put my finger on us down as to why when I was younger. Um, and I suppose we shall see if my opinion has changed. Uh,
Is it
Going
maybe
into
because
the coverage.
you're watching an adult in like a kid setting?
That could be it. Like I said, I can't really put my finger as to why, because I was watching this film with that in the back of my head, and I can see that maybe being a reason, but it's not like I didn't like adults when I was a kid. I It might have been uh yeah, like I said, I'm still wrestling with it. If I remember somehow during the coverage, I'll clarify what it might have been. It might be brought up in someone else's point, and that just might, you know, clicks. It might just connect something for me. Um, but yeah, we'll. I'm excited to kind of talk about it.
Okay. And how many times would you say you've seen the movie, Raider?
Hmm. Unwillingly, when I was a kid, I probably saw it 15 times because it was a family favorite. Um, but once I grew up, and was like a old enough to pick my own movies and stuff like that, and like when I was a preteen, and I usually never picked this one, and I usually had the opportunity just to walk out of the room and do my own thing. Um, so I would say 15 when I was younger. I would say one. I've watched it once since then, and then one for the podcast. So I'm probably in between the 15 and 20 range is where I would guess.
Okay. With that, let's go to Crimson.
Alrighty. So, I guess the first time I saw this was with Sprinks, back when Sprinks was living with me. The reason it came to be was because it was brought up at some point that I had very little experience with Peter Pan, and also this was just a childhood film that Sprinks liked. For Peter Pan, I've seen part of the Disney animated, but I haven't seen it all the way through, and I haven't seen all the other stuff like Neverland, and I don't even know the others. There's a bunch of Peter Pan movies. I haven't seen any of them in full except for Hook. Since Sprinks introduced it to me, I think it was 2020, somewhere close to that at least. Um, I've only seen it once for the podcast, so I've seen it twice in my life. Um, I did get to see Dante Basco at a convention, who played
Rufio.
Rufio. Yeah.
Rufio.
So I got to see him. I didn't talk to him. Um, I got to witness him. Outside of that, yeah, I'll save my more feelings later. But obviously, I didn't really care for it initially. So there you go.
Gotcha. And I figured that was, at the time, being your history on Peter Pan, being that you had like none.
Yeah.
So introducing you into a continuation of the story of Peter Pan, I see not being the necessarily wisest idea, but still I was excited.
And with
Yeah.
like Robin Williams, for me, oddly enough, is a pretty hit or miss for me. I was thinking about it this morning, and I was just thinking every movie I've seen with him, it's probably 50-50 with me with Robin Williams movies.
Ooh, wonderful. Not, you can't say Hook, But what is your highest Robin Williams and what is your lowest Robin Williams?
Highest, it's probably one of the Night of the Museums. Probably first Night at the Museum for him in it. And then least favorite, maybe Birdcage or Jack. Probably one of those two.
Okay.
You want me to answer that question too? Or
Absolutely.
yeah, my favorite Robin Williams one is, shockingly enough, Dead Poet Society. As for my least favorite, it might be Flubber.
Ooh. Interesting answers. Interesting. My there's so many good picks. My number one probably Dead Poet Society. Thinking. I mean, Aladdin's really up there. Miss Doubtfire's really up there. Lowest, though, I probably also going to go with Jack. Because I was thinking 1 hour photo, but 1 hour photo is just so different for him. It rises it above it. So.
Oh, I forgot about Jumanji.
Oh,
I'd probably still hold Night at the Museum over.
Okay. With that, I guess that's me. I've seen Hook. Oh boy, I don't know, 20 plus times, 30 plus times. Watched a lot as a kid. I've seen a lot. I don't think I've seen every Peter Pan thing there is. I can't even remember Return to Neverland that much, but I've seen the animated Peter Pan of the Disney one. I've seen Return to Neverland, the sequel about Jane's daughter, or Wendy's daughter Jane. I've seen Pan. I've seen the 2003 British Peter Pan with Jason Isaacs' Hook. Very good. I've seen Hook. I've seen. Oh, there's one I'm forgetting. I don't know which one I'm forgetting.
Wendy and Pan or whatever it was called.
Oh, yes. Peter Pan and Wendy. No, I have not seen that one. With Jude Law as Captain Hook. I have not seen that one. Yeah. There's a good amount. Oh, boy. I saw this once for the pod. Make that 31, maybe, times. Yeah, just a movie. I guess it was being PG. It was safe to kind of watch when young. But it definitely cemented like things that were like my favorite parts and scary parts as a kid, and stuff like that. And as a kid, just watching it for like the entertainment mostly, didn't really question a lot of things. So watching it with a podcast view, some questions have popped up, which is very neat.
Still something there for you to dissect, though, after 30 views.
Oh, everything.
Fun.
No matter what.
I was too young for me to.
Yeah, if a film comes on the pod, I will dissect it, and I don't go into that deep dive note-taking dissect unless it's for the pod. So with that, audience, I didn't even give you the rundown of how we're doing this. So histories, and then fun facts, and then we're going to go into the coverage, where today it's going to be linear popcorn, and then we'll wrap it all up with summaries and ratings at the end. Pretty traditional. With that, we'll go into the facts I have here. Took them off the internet, so grain of salt if these are true or false, or how much truth or how much false they have. The initial release date of this movie was December 11th, 1991. So a bit of a seasonal festive movie, which I guess works with the beginning of the film.
Well, beginning and end, isn't it?
Yeah. You don't really see much of the decor at the end, but...
Well, they weren't gone for weeks or anything.
No, I also don't know if Neverland time works differently. So if they're actually gone...
Oh, they don't age.
3 days.
Yeah, I'm going to assume that Neverland
3 days,
time...
yeah.
Well, I mean, okay, we'll talk about that when we get to the world building, but...
Yeah. Then there's the runtime of the movie, about 2 hours and 16 minutes. It has a budget of $70 million USD, where it earned a box office of 119.6 million domestic, 181.2 international, where international made more than domestic, and giving it a worldwide $300.8 million.
Dollar reduce.
So it's a success.
It was a success, yes. It's rated PG. Its genre is under family adventure, and it's made by a little, maybe unknown director by the name of like Steven Spielberg. I don't know how big that guy is.
I might have heard of him before.
Yeah, I think we've watched one of his films on the pod, The Terminal.
He's the Crystal Skull guy,
that?
right?
That was weird. Writer didn't. I noticed he started talking, but I didn't hear anything. He's done things like Jaws, Close Encounters of the Third Kind, Raiders of the Lost Ark, E.T. the Extraterrestrial, Jurassic Park, Saving Private Ryan, Minority Report, Catch Me If You Can, The Bridge of Spies, Ready Player One. A lot of things.
You know, I think I've heard of one or two of those as well.
Yeah, maybe. Also, being episode 200 and the high and low reason for the pick, I decided to grab some film stuff, film ratings off of sites. So kind of critics on critics little thing. So I nav that the Rotten Tomatoes score for this movie is 37%.
Well, that's leading into the Crimson camp a little bit right there. Well, I guess Crimson in right now.
I grabbed that the LetterBoxed average score of this film is 3.5 out of 5, which is roughly a 7 out of 10. I also grabbed the IMDb rating score for this film, 6.8 out of 10.
Wow, all over the board.
A little bit of all over the board.
Rotten Tomatoes score kind of shocks me, but I guess.
Well, is the Rotten Tomato critics or the audience score?
Great question. You know what? Sprinks was not smart enough to do that.
Ah, okay. It's probably the critics score. We'll go with critics score.
I'm gonna guess
with an asterisk.
Critics score.
Yeah, that sounds like it would be the critics score more so than the fan score, because the fan score sounds like it's an average around 7.
Yeah, the critics was 37%. The audience was 76.
Yep, that checks out.
So
that's a bit of a difference. With that, I got a couple fun facts here. First one being more of a question to the two of you. I'm just curious. How old do you think Maggie Smith was in this movie?
Inconsistently old. Without the flashback. Okay. When did this come out?
91.
Jeez. Okay.
So what was that? 10
an
years
old-looking 55 is my guess.
Okay, it was 10 years before Sorcerer's Stone. If that helps.
Yeah, I'm going old-looking 55.
Okay. Writer?
Yeah, I mean, I'm bouncing between 40 and 60. It's kind of where I'm at.
That's a pretty big range there, right?
I know. That's where I'm bouncing between, but if I'm going to settle on one, I guess I'm going to settle on 50, because she does look old, but she doesn't, from the comparative to this to Sorcerer's Stone, she didn't age that much.
So, I mean, she passed away, 1 or 2 years ago at this point? I don't think she hit 100. So
I think it might be.
I'm trying to think how old she was in Murder by Death, because that's something we covered.
Maggie Smith passed away on September 27th, 2024. All
right, 2 years ago. Yeah, well, I'll stick with my guess.
Crimson, you're going to take it because she was 56.
All right.
Not bad. And it was aged up with makeup to look like she was 92.
Well, I mean, she looked pretty similar to how she was later in life, so I guess good on them.
I think the makeup looked very good. And her body language and cadence, I think, was also good. Next one I have here, when the Bannians fly to United Kingdom for Christmas, did anyone recognize the pilot over the radio or the intercom?
I did not.
No.
Okay, the Pan Am captain's announcement is voiced by Dustin Hoffman. This is
Oh,
not the
Hook.
the classic tradition of the dual cast role in Peter Pan's, where Captain Hook and George Darling are usually played by the same actor.
That's a nice homage. I like it.
Next one I have here is Dante Basco's line, "You're dead, jolly man," had to be spoken backwards as the scene was shot and then played in reverse so the sword blade would come away from Robin Williams' face instead of towards it.
Darn, that was going to be my fact. That was the only thing I knew about this movie, was that scene.
My only fact is I recognize
Likewise.
Dante Bosco from Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Hi, Zuko here.
Yeah. Hi, Zuko here.
Next one is Carrie Fisher did some uncredited rewriting on the final draft of the screenplay.
I'd be curious
Any
to see
idea
what she
to
rewrote.
what was changed?
I do not know what was changed. I do know she, I believe, was the original, like, not casting, but like based off of a person for Tinkerbell in the film.
Okay, then
I can
actually,
see it.
I can see that. Yeah.
And then the last fact I have here written down is the shot in which Captain Hook's hook is fitted onto his arm for the first time had to be done in a one take, as the flicker effect was achieved using rare single-use flashbulbs.
Oh, well, you know what? Creative shit. I like that.
Stuff you don't get anymore because it'd all be digital.
Yes.
Yeah, like I said, it's always about like blending practical and digital now, and that's where the goal is to do is to blend the practical and digital, so you can't really tell where one ends and the other begins, and vice versa. So back in the day, though, you know.
Yes. Very much Lord of the Rings. Beautiful craft of both.
Funny enough, I actually wasn't thinking of Lord of the Rings, but I was thinking of Project Hail Mary. But yes.
Oh, okay. Far more recent, but yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking of far more recent because it's more recent. Everyone was over relying on digital, you know.
Yeah. The one last fact I have is there. Do you recall the scene where Tinkerbell takes Peter to Neverland and is like carrying him in the parachute? And there's a couple on the bridge that are kissing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know who that couple is?
Couple of weirdos. That's what I'd say.
Oh,
A break in the world building, that's for sure. But I assume this is going somewhere.
Yeah, you didn't recognize them?
No.
They look like black silhouettes to me.
No. That couple is actually George Lucas and Carrie Fisher.
Huh.
Why?
I guess they
Spielberg's
were there.
His friend. I guess.
Spielberg's just like, hey, you want to be in the scene or something?
Huh. I'm not a fan of that scene.
Oh, because George Lucas isn't it?
We'll cover it on when we get into it.
Okay. Do either of you have any additional facts to add?
I just had the one that was stolen.
Oh, sorry. Drat.
How dare you have read my mind?
I think I'm good to go. Yeah, I got no facts.
Okay, sweet. Well, with that, we'll go into the coverage. We're going to linear popcorn. So, beginning the movie to the end of the movie, we can jump a little forward, we can jump a little back, but we're not starting at the credits. With that, let's start with Mr. Lowe here, Crimson.
Mr. Lowe. All right. Well, as Mr. Lowe, I'm going to start off with a negative. Who would have guessed?
Shocking.
But it is a tiny, just error in the film. When Jack is playing baseball, there's a hit, in quotes, where they do a sound effect of a ball getting hit and they cut away. But there's one frame right before they cut away from the hit where the ball passed the bat and it missed.
You checked one frame?
I got lucky and paused it there and then screenshotted it and went back like, oh my gosh, I actually got it on the one frame. That's crazy. So yeah, there you go. That was at 3 minutes and 51 seconds as well.
You bringing up a one frame, not a second, a one frame shot. to the editing department of this movie on your first thing to talk about sounds like you are going to bash the shit out of this movie.
What are you talking about?
Listen,
If
he's
that's your
he's
first
he's
thing
laying
to
the
go with-
groundwork. Okay.
It was an early note, pretty early in the movie.
Yeah, it is. Well, fine. I'll go on the opposite end. I like the Peter Pan play at the beginning because it gives a nice little backstory onto Peter Pan without heavy holding heavy hand holding it to the audience.
Yeah, it establishes the thimble kiss thing, which without that, as someone who has not seen other Peter Pans, wouldn't have understood later.
Yeah. Given that I have not seen this movie in a while, I was concerned about the world building implications as to why this is a public thing if he's supposed to be if Robin Williams is supposed to be Peter Pan. I do think they explain it away later, so I do think this is not an issue, or it doesn't register on the damage scale at all. I actually do think this is also a good introduction to the lore of Peter Pan. For those who aren't familiar with it, to at least set them up for the subversion of the classic fairy tale mythos.
I agree. I like that it's questioned of like, Wendy, are you the real Wendy in the book? It's like, oh, it's just a story. It's all based, but it's real, but it's based, and it is said by like one line. I think when Wendy is in the tent with Maggie, that a friend wrote the stories for them.
Yeah, that's the line I picked up on. I gave a thumbs up. Was no longer a problem for me.
Good.
And then there's Jack there with his mitt and ball just to establish that he plays baseball and that he has a game coming up.
Yeah. You know what?
Great. Glad you brought that to the play.
Crimson. Great segue. Crimson, writer, is this a baseball movie?
Is it more a baseball movie than a Christmas movie?
I would say so. I would say, yeah. I'd say it's more of a baseball movie than a Christmas movie.
I think baseball is a very important part of the character of Jack, so I do think baseball plays a very significant role in this movie. But like what I said with Blindside from last season, I think this is going to be a character story first, and potentially a baseball movie as a subgenre.
I think Blindside's more of a football movie than this is a baseball movie.
Yeah, I mean that's true. I would say the same thing.
I would lean that way.
I would say baseball's in here because it isn't.
No,
but
this
is
a movie with baseball.
This is a movie with baseball because it's important to Jack.
Yeah. We named the son Jack.
Oh.
Not you. We named the monkey Jack.
Jeffrey Rush as Captain Hook. That would have been something.
Actually, I do think yeah. Strangely enough, I could see Johnny Depp doing Robin Williams stuff in this.
Yeah, I can see it.
Well, maybe you'd be interested in Return to Neverland because that's got Johnny Depp in it.
Oh, okay. Maybe I will. Funny enough, to follow up your question, Springs, is this a Christmas movie?
The answer is no.
Takes place during Christmas time.
A time? We haven't a clue if it's Christmas Day in this movie.
Do they say Merry Christmas in this movie?
I don't know.
And you got Christmas decor.
I don't think they say Christmas at all in this movie. There's not one line. They say it's snowing.
Snowing, Christmas decor. Used to visit her once a year. Usually that's tied to a holiday. But whether or not it's Christmas Day or Christmas Eve, that is not confirmed at all.
I don't know if it's either. I'm just going to go with it's December. It would be really weird if there's a charity event on Christmas Eve.
Actually, I don't think that's probably the time to do it. There's a whole bunch of events that happen on Christmas Eve.
I don't know. I'm standing where it wasn't established by even a line. But I can't acknowledge that it's December.
Yeah. Christmas time. That's all I got for it. Being December.
Yeah. Okay. That's
Well,
pretty much where I'm at with you guys as well. So.
that's funny. Is this more of a Christmas movie than The Blind Side?
Yes, I would
I would
say
say
actually.
yes.
Yeah. Even though that one had a dedicated scene for making a Christmas card, this felt more Christmassy. Just in the bookends of the house.
Okay. I think I would lean yes. Though Blindside does say Christmas. But
Is this more of a Christmas movie than Air Bud? The first one.
yes, that was also just one scene.
It
But
was.
shoot, was that Christmas Day?
Yeah, because Buddy was gifted as a Christmas gift.
Ooh, then I'd say maybe that's more of a Christmas movie.
Interesting how these scales tip.
Christmas Day presents is a big jump.
For me, it's more like ratio, and that was like 1 or 2 minutes. I don't know.
Yeah, but then you're gonna say something like the day, or what was it? The day after tomorrow because of snow. It has a big prominence of snow.
Snow does not equal Christmas. You could like the Everest movie. Well, that's all snow as
That's
well.
a
It's
lot
not
of
a Christmas
snow.
movie. No, this also had Christmas decor, so it's not just it's snowy.
Okay. Well, it's good to see your line too. Snow is a very small element to you.
Yeah, I mean, there's places that there's snow all year round, not just December.
Yeah, you heard it here. Crimson does not think John Carpenter's The Thing is a Christmas movie. There you go.
Confirmed.
That's funny.
Writer, I'd like to hear what your next point is.
Okay, sure.
Ooh,
I will.
smooth.
I know, right? I will jump to. I actually quite like that we see Robin Williams' character try to be a good dad, even though it's constantly being interrupted by work. So, like, his goal is to make it to his son's game, and obviously, work makes him late. Um, so I really like the shot where he's going up the hill and there's just nobody there to show how late he really is. Um, it I feel like he so I guess my question to you guys is this a regular thing that he misses, like his son's games or his daughter's plays, and the daughter's play is just the exception to everything?
I think he misses more than he attends, but he does attend some things.
Well, he promises to Jack that next season he'll make at least 6.
Yeah.
So I think that gives a baseline that he's seen less than 6 of this season.
Okay. Yeah, because I was trying to formulate in my head because I think Jack is in the right when he says that he constantly breaks his promises, and we only see him really break one promise on screen, and obviously that's the heavy one. But I think there's enough in the writing here that doesn't necessarily come onto the damage scale. I would have a subjective nitpick note that we didn't see him break another promise in the before they travel, because it kind of
think I think as the introduction of father and son, and this is how we see their relationship as the hook to the movie, is good setting on the two of them, that they're not the best of relationship kind of thing, and like he's trying but work takes hold and he's more into work, especially with the scene of getting the call, and more is like he's like, I need to fix this deal, and he goes, no, you need to fix your family, and he gets a call and he decides to choose fixing the deal over fixing his family,
which is
which I guess
why
is just like
Marta throws the phone out.
yeah, but a good like end point to that, to the previous of like showing him still trying to be there for his family, but he is choosing work when work comes up. Now, my little nitpick I have with that scene of him coming up the hill He sent a coworker to go film it. How come when the game ended, he didn't call Peter?
You're touching on something that bugged me about it. I don't know why he showed up at an empty field when the game's clearly been over for a while. There's not a single person there. Why is he there? He should know whenever the game started, the average length of a game, and being like, okay, I missed it. Time to call the coworker or call his wife, or just go home and be like, yeah, sorry, I didn't make it.
Yeah, I think Marta would have called him, if not the coworker.
Moira, right? That's the wife.
Is it
Moira?
I'm saying Marta. My bad. Yeah, Moira.
Yeah,
from Overwatch.
Heal orb, damage orb.
Exactly. So I think this is an example of a movie moment. It's a visual of, oh, he tried, instead of the realistic approach of someone would have contacted him or he would have contacted them.
It's a good shot, but I do think it is worth putting on the damage ladder at least a little bit.
I have it as a nitpick because someone I feel like would have notified him. Moira would have had to go home because I don't think she has a cell, so it would have been a landline. But the coworker, especially after like the gunslinging scene, showing like these lawyers all have a phone, that I feel like the coworker would have had a phone to contact Peter.
I would say so. Yeah, pretty safe bet.
Yeah, you never see one on him, but showing a previous scene where other coworkers do have one would make me lean that it is a thing. So it would have been kind of nice if we watched Peter like late at night watching the tape.
Yeah.
That way,
that makes him too sympathetic early. We're kind of supposed to view him as cruddy. Like so if we out the gate show him with the sympathetic side.
Yeah, the difference. Funny enough, the difference coming to my mind is Train to Busan when the dad is watching his daughter try to sing, in the video at the beginning. That obviously is meant to endear us to his character because obviously he is trying, but it's important that we are more sympathetic to this character before the zombie apocalypse hits properly in that film. Spoilers if you haven't seen Train to Busan. And I think that withholding that sympathy makes it more emotionally impactful later on when Peter starts coming around to want to be with his kids.
Okay. You know what? Good point. It does help the buildup of when he crashes out on his kids.
Yes.
By the way, Crimson, you didn't say your line.
Go check out our coverage of Train to Busan.
There you go.
It's been a while.
Something I think this movie does good that I've talked about in previous things we've covered that stand out on this one. This movie has good transitions. Not a lot of films do.
Oof. You're gonna have to provide some examples because nothing's really standing out to me as cool or anything.
All right. One that's from the beginning here, which is why I'm pointing out because in my notes, the ball going out to Jack to be caught, and we're following the ball from left to right to then go to the phone in Peter's hand from left to right into the hand. That was a cool action transition.
It's a cool concept, but the items didn't really line up to make it a clean transition.
I don't think the items needed to line up. We were expecting the ball to be caught by Jack, and it was caught by a different hand, which transitions into the next.
Yeah, I mean, I get the concept, but I kind of found it as a meh transition because they didn't line up.
Okay, what about the one when Grandma Wendy is telling the kids goodnight and closes the doors, and it's all black, and it's just a pan out from the back of Peter's shirt?
That one's better.
Or the one towards the end where Peter flies off into the sky, and then the sky is actually the ceiling of the kids' room.
Yeah, that one's also good.
Not really a scene change, but I do love Tinkerbell fading into the morning sun.
Oh, yeah. Just vanishing into Neverland. I think I have maybe one or two more transitions. Those are just the ones that came to mind, but they're somewhere in my notes. Because, wouldn't you believe it, I took 3 pages of notes for this movie.
Yeah, I did 2.5.
Mine are
Unfortunately,
digitized, so
half
I
a
can't
page.
tell you.
It is a bit of 2.5 hour movie. Which I forgot the movie was that long.
Yeah, I
Pretty
felt
long
the
for a
length of
kids
the
movie.
movie. I felt the length of the movie a little bit, but it wasn't so bad. There's only a couple scenes that I think dragged on a little bit longer than necessary.
Okay.
Most of
I
the
thought the
Lost Boys
pacing...
stuff for me.
Yeah, I can get that. I think that's the draggy bit. Is Lost Boys stuff or the training and everything. But other than I think this movie is paced very well. It's engaging. What
Yeah, it
else
was
is...
okay pacing,
Oh,
minus Lost Boys.
Yeah, I don't think it's boring, but like I said, I would agree that there's something wrong with the pacing, but I don't think I was ever bored. So I think I agree with that. It's still a well paced movie for the most part.
okay. Something else that's engaging is the next point being brought up by Crimson.
Whoa, that was a good one. Genius of them to pick Pan Am flights for Peter
Yeah.
Pan. Got the
You like
nail on the
that?
head with that one. That was some good stuff.
Do you think Peter
uh,
named the the airline?
oh, maybe. I mean, Pan Am is a real thing. Um, but I mean, I sounded jokey, but I mean, it was a good choice. It fits with the film.
Fits the tone.
Pan and Pan.
Yeah.
It does. You know what doesn't fit with the tone? Back to that
What does
baseball
it?
game.
Oh,
It was very interesting when Jack swung and missed. The whole crowd died. So was there no
It's,
one cheering on the rival team?
guess they were the visitors.
No, but the visitors still weren't doing anything. They weren't cheering that they won. It's like no one from the other team came to show up for them.
I don't know. I had another complaint with it as well. I did not like that they showed the final strike only. It really felt like he just came out, and then the like coworker showed up. Like, I'm here. Which one's Jack? Oh, he's the one up to bat. I'm like, okay, so that sounds like he's just starting at bat, but then he was out on his strike, so he was up there already.
Crimson, what you don't realize is he showed up in the 9th inning.
Ah, yes. Recorded the last 2 minutes of the game.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think they did a particularly good job portraying this match for how little it is. It was framed up to be he just got to bat and then he struck out and lost it, I
Yeah,
guess.
I'll say the dialogue's a bit clunky with that one because all you really need to fix this is like have more. I almost said Moira.
Moira.
It is Moira. Okay.
Mhm.
All you need is Moira to turn it into like it's the last inning. Why are you here now? Or something to that effect. Something just give her a line of dialogue poking fun at the cameraman for being there so late, and then when
Or
the,
cut to the
he
scoreboard.
asks, yeah, or pan to the scoreboard, or you can have the umpire, after like pointing out after Moira points out that Jack's the one at bat, you can then just have the umpire say strike two, and then you can you know, make the assumption from there that he's been at the bat for a bit.
Yeah, that would probably be the easiest. Is just while she's
Yeah,
talking to the coworker, strike two is in the background.
yeah, that would be the easiest, I think.
Let's see here. The part when they get to Grandma Wendy's, and Jack is chewing gum, and Peter says to spit it out, and Jack doesn't. Why do you think that was kept in the movie?
Just more.
Shows
Just
disobedience, I think.
Peter. Yeah, just controlling Peter, I guess. Because it's talked about later where Peter's giving the rant while smashing the clocks about like everything his dad does to like control him or is absent of. Like I guess the gum's kind of just a small example of him being controlled.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm leaning with it as well.
Okay. I saw it. Okay. I think you two are seeing it from Jack's perspective, which is fine. But from both angles. How Jack sees it is his dad just yelled at him to spit out the gum and first impressions and all that to be more grown up. And Jack chokes on the gum and his dad essentially hits him to get it out. And from Jack seeing all that is like he didn't spit out the gum, he's childish, his dad hit him. Kind of feel of not obeying his father and not being free to do what he wants. But as a whole, I see it as Peter being respectful to Grammy Winda of like, okay, we want to present yourselves, just spit out the gum. But as soon as Jack starts choking, Peter immediately turns around to help him. Is very attentive to his children. And it wasn't like, I told you so moment or, why didn't you spit out the gum when I told you the first time? You're embarrassing me. Nothing like that. He doesn't speak out about it.
He doesn't patronize him, yeah.
No. He just, as soon as he hears Jack choke, like it's a little laugh to a choke, Peter immediately turns around and takes care of it. And I think that's very tightly just shown of Peter still there for his kids, even trying to help them grow up because that's the environment Peter's currently in, of the lawyer firm. But he's not being super strict. He's not like, I guess, the dad in Jumanji, just to go with another Robin Williams movie, but just like Mr. Parrish. He's not that strict or cold to his children.
Yeah, especially when he says, "Shut up."
Well, that's a later scene. But he still puts up with it for a while. And Moira makes a really good point. You're on a mobile phone, you can get up. You're not tied to the room.
Yeah, you're free to leave the room. Is a good, excellent point that Moira makes. Yeah. That's a fair interpretation of the scene, I think. I don't have anything to add on to it. I wasn't exactly sure what you were getting at with the question, but if that's what you're getting at, then yes, I pretty much agree with that interpretation.
I added as both of the same. I was thinking you could still have the, make sure your hat's on right, you're looking presentable. Jack can still laugh and Toodles and like, don't laugh at him. He's we thought he'd be in a home by now, like a care home. That kind of thing. You can do that with all lines, but to include the choking of the gum. Like, that's purposely put in for a reason, and to me, that reason is to show how quickly Peter is there for his kids in signs of danger, which is a good foreshadowing for what's to come.
You want to know what's also a good foreshadowing? I love it that Wendy kind of, after the way Jack describes his dad's job, I love that Wendy says, "Oh, so you've become a pirate, Peter."
Yeah.
Which is a very, very layered piece of foreshadowing. And I think that works in universe, so it's not just a wink and a nod as well to Captain Hook. I think it's a wink and a nod to the theme of the movie. I think it's a wink and a nod to Peter's character as well and how much he's changed. So I think that line as a piece of good foreshadowing is very well written in the sense of it's not too on the nose, but it's still very, very functioning statement.
That first line, yes, I would say works very, very well for all those hints and not on the nose. Later, Rufio kind of bringing back up the line of when Peter's asking, is there a grown-up? And Rufio says, there are no grown-ups. All grown-ups are pirates. We kill pirates.
Yeah.
I think that makes it a little more on the nose.
That's a little bit more explicit, but Rufio is a very, very on-the-nose kind of character.
Yeah. Crimson.
That's me. We're going back to the plane, fellas. I didn't really understand the seating arrangement. You had Jack and Moira, and then an empty seat. And then behind them, you had Maggie, empty seat, then Peter. I didn't understand the seating arrangement in this. And if you were like one kid, one parent...
Some people buy out the middle seats. Like, that's a normal thing that people do if they have the money to spare, and they don't want to ride first class. So I didn't take an issue with the seating arrangements personally.
I didn't see an issue with it. It's because this is in 1990.
Well, okay, so you're using that as an excuse. What is the excuse for?
Free open seats, kind of like old movie theaters where you buy your ticket and you can go anywhere you want. Sure, there's limited, like, okay, you're taking this seat and this is you're assigned to, but that's the reason why Peter was able to get up and go over to Jack's seat and sit next to him, because the seat was open.
So you don't think the plane would be full enough to fill the seats?
No, I think showing open seats, the plane is not full enough. And I lean more that way than the convenience of, like, oh, those seats that are empty is just because those people were in the bathroom.
I mean, the people in front of them was a full row. You got a panning, or not panning, like a tracking across the wall there.
Yeah, and that could just be coincidental.
It's interesting what you choose to be coincidental and what is evidence of something. It's interesting. What we have established is other people have full areas and then they get empty spots.
I think what we have established is there's empty seats on this plane.
For the main characters.
Yeah, that's also coincidental. That it's for where the main characters are. But they're empty seats. Those empty seats could be anywhere.
Nitpick for me.
Okay. It's convenient. Doesn't really bother me that much because it's not really a big thing in the movie.
The sake I see the nitpick as is Jack is isolated, and it's more saying go talk to Jack. Like, he's in his room alone. Go talk to him.
Is Jack in a different row by themselves? I thought Jack was in Moira's row, and then he and
no, he's behind him.
Room switched. Okay.
Because Peter gets up, turns around, and goes to sit by Jack.
Okay.
So it comes off of like Jack's in his room alone. Go talk, but they're not.
I think that does raise it to a nitpick for a little bit for me. It's just that I think that adds on to convenience. I thought there was only the 2 rows, but all right. It's interesting that they made him afraid to fly. Like, he's afraid of flying. I guess my question to you guys is that is that a natural phobia that he would have developed? Because it feels like fine. Yeah, it feels like he would have loved flying, but he doesn't know why.
We don't know how old Peter was an infant when he went to Neverland. We don't know what year it was that he went. We don't know what year he first met Wendy. And all we get really is when Wendy becomes an old lady and Peter kind of stays kissing granddaughter Moira to kind of stay. So how long he was Peter Pan in Neverland, of all those years and memories and how Neverland affects the mind, if coming back he has like memories of flying or falling, and that develops a phobia as he grows. Because he can't remember.
That's what Peter. The movie needs to establish.
Yeah, see, that's something the movie needs to establish. Like, that's a good explanation, but none of that's in the film. We just wrote all of that for the writers.
Well,
the whole thing of Peter Pan is like he can fly, he can fight, he can grow. Peter Pan can fly. I mean, the first thing seen as like a little boy of him visiting Wendy is flying into a room.
I don't have any issues with him flying. My question is why about the phobia specifically? Yeah.
Yeah.
The question is more around the phobia. So like, it's, for me, I'm missing the through line from he used to fly a lot. Neverland could have fucked with his mind, and he could have nightmares about flying. And I do think that would make a little bit more sense until leading up as to why he's afraid to fly. But as it stands in the film, it's a character trait that kind of seems inconsistent. The only thing I really have, I'm not going to go as far as to say it's like a problem for his character, but I do have a nitpick for it because while I can infer everything you said, Springs, because I think that is the best faith interpretation, is that uh, that those youthful dreams of flying faded into dreams of falling. I feel like that would need to be expressed by the film to get across as to why that is. It's a lingering explanation compared to everything else as to why everything else might have faded.
I leaned at that the phobia of flying is not. They didn't choose to make him indifferent to flying. They didn't have to make him like, oh, I love flying. You know, getting the plane is my favorite part kind of guy, which would go into like Peter likes to fly, of Peter Pan, but more of not indifferent either. So phobia is developed of flying, of his past. Something in his past triggered it, and that to me was enough. Being brought up not only on the plane where he sits down and immediately buckles his seat, is a nervous flyer, is freaking out and screams when Jack opens the airbags.
Yeah, he makes a fairly macabre joke earlier on in the film too. Yeah.
Yeah. Telling Hook that he's embarrassed to fly. So
it sounds like you're pointing out examples of him being scared is why he's scared. That's just a secular argument.
No, I'm going with what is the trauma to develop the phobia of his past, and what we have is years of flying in a damaged psyche from how Neverland affects the mind. I don't know the night terrors he wakes up to if he has them. I don't know if it's just like his memories of being an adult growing and aging in the real world affecting what little he remembers. Don't know any of that. I just know he flew a lot and all the time and was known for flying, and then doesn't have that power anymore to fly, and it has a phobia of it.
And all that he doesn't remember.
Well, I mean, yes. He clearly doesn't remember. I can't really argue that particular. Yeah. But, no. Yeah.
I have it as an issue for his character. I have it on the higher end because it's so pivotal to the story. Like, the whole point of he couldn't save his kids, not just because he couldn't fly, but because he was too afraid to reach out further. He was afraid to jump to the net. He was too scared of the heights. And it makes for better drama, sure. But because of how important it is, I think they need to establish, yeah, he does have nightmares of him falling, but in reality it was him flying as a kid, or what we've already brought up. But that's not in the movie. It's just he's scared of heights and we don't know why. So I have it as an issue.
Okay. It is, for me, not on my damage
ladder. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking where I was starting at a nitpick, but I might be up at Nick now, because you raised a good point that it's that particular trait keeps the plot moving forward. Yeah, okay, I'm at a Nick, and I think it's because I'm tying it to like more world building implications and more plot implications, because a lot really, really relies on Peter's memory loss and how it directly affects his persona in real life, because it's such the antithesis of what Peter Pan is. I can't believe I'm gonna do this. It's for me, it's like what they did to Luke Skywalker in The Last Jedi, in a way. I can understand how the character got here, but none of that's justified in the film itself. That's kind of where I'm at with that particular thing in flying, to narrow it back down to specifically to that. Because I don't think sword fighting matters as much. I think the lack of memory with that is fine, and also in a weird way helps explain how he's able to pick it up again so quickly, because it is an old memory that his body's already familiar with. But it's specifically memory. Yeah, it's muscle memory, but he doesn't have a specific phobia of it. That's kind of where I think the flying aspect of his character stands out. So I think I'm at a solid Nick for that one. I do think it's something that this film should have implied an explanation a little bit stronger.
Alrighty. I'm curious, leading in. I get it's the name of the movie, and we can get there when we get there. That's not the point I'm bringing up, is the movie being called Hook and how fitting it is. But the children's nursery room has far more decorations of Hook and pirates than it does of Peter Pan. And I'm curious how that comes across the two of you. That the room is kind of set to look like Neverland decor and theming, but it's more focused on the points of Captain Hook drawn on the rowboat, and the Hook holding the windowsill, and the pirate ship above the window. There's not much of like the Lost Boys treehouse, or Peter Pan's hat, or even Tinkerbell.
I'd have to look at it again in more detail, if there is other stuff that isn't pirate related. But I mean, it is indicative of the adventures that they went on, having the pirates involved. I just don't know the ratio in the room, pirate to Lost Boy, Peter Pan.
Okay. I'm like, for how the film shows it off, I'm like, this is like a Captain Hook summoning room.
Which does get into a point. But we'll have Ryder answer your question first.
There's two interpretations I'm walking with right now. I also don't know the ratio, but as far as what the camera lens focuses on, we do see more Hook in relation to like the Peter Pan aspect. The room itself could have been split, but the film obviously would choose to highlight the Hook aspect because that's more related to the story of where the film was going. And let's say it's all Hook, then I think one interpretation is Wendy just likes to tell some really scary stories, or arguably scary stories to kids, which is funny to think about. And there's also the aspect of it would explain a little bit more, because Shmi seems to be the character that crosses over to the real world more often than not. So it might have been something that Shmi did ultimately to start, like, this is going to sound weird, grooming children to be stolen into Neverland. But
that to me sounds like you're talking about a different Peter Pan movie.
Yeah. Well, I know the kids are stolen into Neverland in this film. But I'm speaking more for, like, that could have been something that Shmi did in a way. But that's just some kind of things I'm thinking off the top of my head when it comes to this room. But I'm, by and large, my interpretation of it is that I know why the film focused on the Hook aspects. That's fine. But I don't really have any, like, bearing as to whether, like, the other half of the room might be covered in Lost Boys related stuff, Peter Pan related stuff. So can't really tell.
Okay. And Crimson, you said you wanted to get to someplace else. Wanted to hear right first.
So talking about the Hook inspiration here, it got me thinking, how does Hook know where they are? Originally, it was Peter Pan who stumbled upon him and then took with Wendy, and was it John? I don't know. I haven't seen the originals. He stumbled upon them, took them to Neverland. We don't know how Hook learns where they live.
Not exactly.
They could be anywhere in the world. Not exactly.
We know that Smee is keeping tabs on them and has records of them.
But how does he get that access? They live in Neverland. And they weren't tracking Peter.
Well, I guess the question goes to, is the street cleaner towards the end of the movie Smee? Or is that just a different character played by Bob Hoskins?
I'm leaning different character, just like Hey, look,
It would
there's like a real world counterpart.
it would make more sense if it's a different character, because if it's supposed to be the same character, I think that just causes some world building problems unnecessarily. But I think it's loose enough to be interpreted either way.
Okay, how do you go with the line earlier when Jack can't find his baseball and Maggie says, "Oh, the scary window cleaner took it."
Forgot about the line. In that case, then I that does raise a that's an issue.
I don't even know how the pirates get here. Because from what I could tell, it looks like you just fly here.
Well, I can't use other Peter Pan stuff in this movie of how they do it because it's not shown in this one.
Yeah.
But there are other Peter Pan movies that show how Captain Hook and the pirates get here to get interactions with stuff. This one's just like a green, foggy mist, which I think is fine. Maybe a little bit of a cop out, but it's fine to give more of a horror element of not knowing how the heck they're doing it, especially when those sheets rise off of them, like a ghost horror movie. I think that's enough to install fear of not knowing without fully needing an explanation. Because I think it's enough that when Smee goes, "Oh, we got his records on file. We know about Jack. We know about Maggie. They've been keeping eyes on them." I think that fully explains to me enough of all the papers they have to know why they took Jack and Maggie on that day, knowing they're going to be coming in for the charity event. So they had the date planned, and they did that night. That made sense to me from all that. So, but knowing how they get there, it's like this movie just kind of shows like, second star to the right star until morning to get to Neverland, but we don't really see like how close you need to get or coming away from Neverland. It just kind of goes up in the sky. So we don't actually see like the middle traversal part.
And like the Lost Boy Island or whatever is next to the I guess compass on the map, which is interesting.
Yes, this interpretation of Neverland does have a giant compass under the water.
The whole explanation as to why the pirates can come into the real world, it works for the movie as a one-off, but it raises questions that I think would need to be answered going forward if this movie ever had a sequel. Because Shmi is very well informed, so I consider it to be very, very it's very convenient how well informed he is, because that's an entire driving force, at least with the Hook plot, as to how they were able to get the kids and eventually get, knowing that Peter would follow.
My thing is not us not knowing the 100% original story in world of Peter Pan of this world. Like, is this like following the events of what happened in the Disney version?
Oh yeah, no,
like
this is its own.
Because they
this
do
is its
bring
own
up
version of the mythos. I would
they
happily
bring up the
concede.
star, and they're like, "Oh, the Tiger Lily situation." It's like, "Oh, okay, that's a good nod," but is it like the one-to-one of the past, or so being its own thing? I think brings up there's different forms of how the pirates can get to the real world.
Yeah,
because they do have access to it, but this version is this version.
It has its own spin on the mythos, which I liked. It doesn't. I wish it dove it a little bit more into that aspect of the film, because if you're watching this film in isolation, can be considered a glaring problem that the fact that the Shmi at least can come and go between the two worlds without much difficulty.
If that's what you believe that it is.
That's what the film gives us, based on your line that you supplied. So
I'm just saying both those things are in the film. We don't know if Maggie is talking about an actual window cleaner who stole a ball. We don't know if she's talking about Smee. We don't know if she's talking about a random pirate. But we do know that Bob Hoskin plays the street cleaner at the end. And is the street cleaner the same as the window washer? Don't know. But it is two instances that are dicey that are in the film.
And even if we were to assume that that's Smee, I still don't know how Smee found the residents to even start researching and studying on them.
Yeah. Unless this.
So if there was a line talking about they tracked like Tinkerbell's pixie dust or Peter Pan's flying trail a long time ago, or something of a tracking, that would be helpful.
Something about the Darling residence that they have on file.
Yeah. Because I think otherwise, like again, it's just mostly the big thing is that it's why the plot happens. So an explanation in that would help patch what's going on a little bit more. It's not high on the priority list to need to know, but it would, I think, improve the film a bit if it was in there. So I'm overall on this particular topic, I think I'm at a Nick, because the pirates could just be a one-off thing for them, and obviously every version of Shmi that, like, with the window cleaner could be different from the street cleaner, and so that's not necessarily Shmi, but
yes, I don't know if it's me being the window cleaner, but I am leaning it's definitely a pirate, because I didn't track it, and I guess I should have, but Jack loses his baseball, and Maggie's explanation is the window cleaner. When does the baseball come back in Neverland?
It makes an appearance when Hook displays it to Jack, but I have no idea when the baseball was there. That could have been, for all we know, a test that they could bring something back, but
could be. It could also be a different baseball.
I was going to say, you can't tell because they have a full uniform and gloves for the team, and Hook has a custom glove hook already, so it kind of seems like did I say football? I think I was thinking in my head baseball. They already have baseball stuff, it seems. I doubt they whipped it all up that quickly.
It does seem like they whipped it that quickly, because when Maggie's singing her song, Smee takes Jack aside and says, "Can you explain more about baseball to me?" As if they don't know what baseball is. It makes me think they whipped all of that up in one night.
And that, I think, is too crazy to where I would believe it as an error on the film. They'd have to establish, like, fairy magic or something.
The stretch for me is the uniforms. Making a field, getting the players being just like pirates, and I think is all fine. It's the uniforms. All the uniforms of all the pirates is a lot. But would they have enough pirates to just do like one uniform? I feel like the uniform should be unmatched then. Like it's like a different pirate worked on a different uniform.
It's just ramshackled wardrobes that they
rather than uniformed. All
I think that would be better for costuming, yeah.
It would show that it was more like rushed to get through. So I will actually put that as a nitpick on costuming.
I'll go with Nick, because it's not just costume, it's also time, like in-universe time.
Yeah, that's the thing I'm nitpicking on, the time stuff. The costumes, the outfits look fine themselves. Like, I like the look of them. And pirates on the front, and I'm not nicking that they look bad. I'm just nicking the time made for them in world.
Yeah.
Nitpicking, sorry.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you guys. I'm gonna nitpick, I think, to a Nick at range for this. I think the worst aspect of it would be the timing and the world building, because the pirates can get prepared things, can do things overnight really quickly, and so can the Lost Boys. Like, they come up with a bunch of different contraptions seemingly overnight. Otherwise, they could have shown them, like, building them or practicing with them and stuff like that, which I think would feed better into the third act. But I do think so. There's the timing is a little bit off for some things in this world, and that would be one of them.
Okay. A question to the both of you, because I don't know where I stand yet, and maybe you can help. Did Hook start in the nursery and go down out the front door, or did he start at the front door and go up to the nursery?
I'm leaning front door because the scratch mark is on the exterior of the door and not the interior of the door.
Ooh. Okay.
That's
Good point.
seems the most logical as well, based on like their trajectory, because Hook would have no reason to drag his hook or sword through like the wallpaper of the house or anything if he just went into the nursery, got the kids, and left.
Plus, which side is his hook on? Because if it's on the wrong side, he'd be reaching his arm across his torso going down the stairs.
I believe it's his right hand.
Right hand. So yeah, if he walked through the door and then up the stairs,
Right.
he would just need to slide his arm up the wall. But if he was coming down, he'd have to reach across himself to scratch the wall.
Left hand?
I think it's on his left hand. Yeah.
Oh. Ooh. Then I'm seeing contradictory stuff on this scene.
Because I mean, for me, I'm thinking how I check for people's hands is if there's a fight scene, I always remember their fighting hand, and I remember him using his sword in his right hand.
Okay, I guess I just have in my head, like at the baseball scene, I feel like the mitt's in his right hand, but maybe I'm second guessing it with the fugi that was made for me, and that's in my right hand.
Yeah, our visuals are not consistent. So, wow, it really is dependent on which side it is. Right would be better. Left
Hook
would
is in his left hand.
Not be good.
It's left hand, at least when we first see him. I kind of want to check consistency now since it's a topic.
Because when he's like, someone doubted me and he's pointing at a crowd, that's his left. He fights with his right. And when Peter goes down to pick up his hand, he gives him the sword back, he takes that with his right and scratches his arm with the left. I think it's his left hand.
Huh. So you have the exterior door scratched, implying that's how they entered. And then the scratch going up the stairs would mean he'd have to reach across himself to scratch the wall. Which isn't impossible, it's just a weird way of doing it.
Is it possible
I'm really going
broke on the inside to break the door and it scratched on the outside? Through the glass?
Well, he's talking about the hallway going up the stairs, right?
I know, but if he was coming down for the front door.
If he had come through the nursery and leaving through the front door, it would make more sense than the arrangement of destruction with his hook.
It also seems very extra for this version of Hook to do.
Yeah, I can't really see this Hook
huge
doing
scrape mark.
Yeah, it's not out of character for this Hook, but I don't know why he would be so. This Hook, I don't know. Maybe this Hook is like
because he's dramatic.
This Hook is dramatic. He's super depressed. I mean, we do see half of a suicide attempt, I would say.
Maybe the darkest scene in this movie. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think there is something that can't be ignored. So maybe like this is his like real final chance he views to get Peter Pan back into Neverland, so he can finally have his can finally kill him. And obviously, that could lead him to want to screw up the house. I'm not going to nick his character or anything for it, but it is an odd choice considering how he's portrayed for most of the film. He's dramatic, but I wouldn't necessarily have pegged him to be this dramatic.
Now that you mention it, it's kind of interesting. He went here for Peter Pan's kids, and then when Peter Pan is a full-grown adult in front of him, he can't believe that that's Peter Pan. He still thinks he's a kid.
I think it's all just paper. He doesn't know what he looks like.
It could be that he's because Pan has kids that he's probably still expecting something more youthful. Maybe so. Maybe not
Or
like
in his
necessarily.
green outfit,
Yeah,
not this
that could be it.
businessman.
There could be a couple of mixtures that he could be expecting. Maybe the attitude. He could be expecting anything else other than what he got. So I can't read too much into that, but I see where you're going with that Crimson. Considering he went to the real world, stole his kids, and he had a good look at he knows what Wendy presumably looks like through the pictures around the house. I think he could have made a deduction if he wanted to.
Well, maybe he got a good look at how old Toodles is. Because if Toodles is connected to the original, Toodles is the skunk of the original Lost Boys. So he was just a little boy. But we don't know if he actually hid and Hook didn't see him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Before we get too far removed, I do want to talk about the dialogue exchange between Peter and Moira after she threw the phone out, which is like, I'm sorry about the deal. You hated the deal. I know, but I'm sorry that, it didn't work out for you because he wanted it. It's a little, I paraphrase that badly, but it's a little exchange that I actually quite appreciate because she's still respecting how hard he is working and knows how important it is to him to not to still apologize that the deal went badly, but still keep him focused on the point, which is that he needs to fix his family.
Yeah. Respectfully doing the time and place.
Yes. It's a little bit that I do like in their relationship because we don't get much of it, and I which kind of sucks, and I wish I got a little bit more.
Well, I like that it's not a yelling match of spouses. Like, this is where your priority should be. This is your perspective currently. Like, there isn't that. It's more just like apologetic, calm, de-escalation. So
yeah, and mind you, yelling with between spouses is fine, but you have to usually grow from that particular behavior. And I think that this does show a maturity in their relationship because they've been together since they were kids, pretty much.
Yeah. At 22 minutes. Oh, Crimson, you're being put on hold. Just a small thing. At 22 minutes, it's a nice little pan showing John's top hat and Michael's bear. Just a nod.
Yeah. And I mean, the bear comes back more prevalent later, right?
I believe there are two separate bears. One is Michael's bear, and one is Peter Pan's baby bear.
Oh yeah, that might be it.
What
does seem like the same one that was in the crib or carriage.
What is fine with me is that is the only real nods we really get to John and Michael, being that they are Wendy's siblings. I think that's okay.
Yeah, they're not important to this story being told.
They could be dead, and that's okay. But anyway, Crimson, you were about to say.
Yeah, a question. Predominantly aimed towards Sprinks, but open to both. Okay. Is this more of a Hook movie or a Peter Pan movie for the movie to be named Hook?
Okay, that goes into the title of the movie. Yeah.
Because to me, this feels more like a Peter Pan movie than a Hook movie.
My leaning with the title of it being called Hook and not Peter Pan to begin with is a clever way of making it sound like a sequel without actually being a sequel itself. Because Peter Pan stories or anything related around Peter Pan and naming is to the adventures of the young boy who doesn't want to grow up in Neverland. Calling it Hook seems like this is the other side, or like the opposite of Peter Pan to Hook, and Hook is the adult, the pirate, the bad guy kind of thing. And that's kind of how we start off with this story of Peter Pan, of Pan being not the best father, kind of an antagonist to his kids, and the kids are the whole Peter Pan thing of never wanting to grow up, and he's telling his son Jack directly, grow up, making Peter Pan look like the bad adult. And I think that's kind of a good, again, I'm going to say it, hook into the movie to kind of give that adult approach that Peter Pan does not fixate with or seems matched with. And I think that leans more into the titling of the movie, more so than Captain Hook is the main character of the film for it to be titled so.
And does that make it a good title or not?
I think it makes it a good title with what I came up with, or what I've said.
I think it's a bad title. That being said, I do think Hook plays an important role in this movie thematically as well, as like we grow beyond our like childhood fears sometimes, and because Hook represents a degree of tarnished adulthood in a way, because he is a mirror to Peter in the sense that like they're both bad adults from the perspective of the children. And I do think that is meaningful, and that is a very powerful thing to make in the story, because Peter Pan has become a version of Hook. But I don't know if that's because it's purely a theme, I don't know if that's enough to justify the naming of the story as Hook for me. It's not a bad title, but I think I said it was a bad title. Let me rephrase. The title works, but I add a bunch of asterisks to it.
Wouldn't be your go-to for this film.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of viewing it as like villain. Like you got the Cruella movie that's named after a villain, and it's very focused on Cruella. And you got Maleficent, mostly focused on her. You get a little bit of the royal family, if I remember correctly. It's been a long time. But that's definitely a Cruella movie, not Cruella, Maleficent movie. Hook, as I said, he's there. He's a good chunk of the movie, but it is, to me, more of a Peter Pan movie. I see the points you were making, Sprinks, of it's more like a invitation of a sequel without directly being a sequel. But I don't think that's enough to justify the title. So I think broad spectrum, without seeing a movie, it's a good title for a movie, but I don't think it's a good title for this movie.
Okay. Then a piggyback off of that question, what would the two of you call this movie?
I'd just say Peter. I think Peter would be easier. I think that would go into your like, not necessarily Kitty, like Peter Pan. Like we all associate Peter Pan as this childlike character, but Peter, that sounds like, I feel like saying it's adults a little disingenuous because there's kids named Peter, but it sounds more serious than Peter Pan, I guess. Way to phrase it.
Peter is the character in this film. He becomes Peter Pan eventually, but Peter is still the main character throughout the film. So that's not a bad title. I like that one.
It's not as hooky, though.
No.
But
kind of more in the vein of like Christopher Robin. Like that title of the character. Mm-hmm. Because that's kind of the same, like if you've seen Christopher Robin, that's grown up Christopher Robin, no longer a kid.
Yeah, so it's not like Winnie the Pooh, it's Christopher Robin, right?
Yeah. Okay.
And I guess back at you, assuming you were in the Hook's not a good title camp, what would be your alternative?
What would I call this? Well, the things of like making an adult name, like Mr. Peter Pan, nah, not good. Peter Pan Senior, nah, not good.
Mr. Peter. Mr. Pan.
Peter Pan all grown up, nah.
Rugrats.
You could, if you want to stick with names, you could do something like Peter and Hook.
I could do Peter and Hook. Well, Peter and James would be weird.
That would be weird.
Why I think Peter and Hook would give more hint to the mythos and stuff like that. It's an
It's
interesting
also a
proposition.
91 movie. What if it was like My Dad is Peter Pan?
That would be
Sounds like a
appropriate
rom-com.
era. That would be appropriate era for the title of the appropriate title for the era. Yeah.
Yeah. My Dad, Peter Pan. Something like that. Which I don't think that would, I mean, again, that's
I think that
era.
would work if it was more from Jack's perspective. Like, that sounds like a good title if, like, we got more Jack narration or
well,
like it's Lemony
maybe.
Snicket's where it's him narrating.
Yeah, kinda.
Yeah, maybe. It's still center points on, I mean, the first scene is being there for his daughter's play, and then immediately into his son's baseball game. So it is from the perspective of, like, the events of his children, and then to claim his, like, get his children back. So I think My Dad, Peter Pan would still be okay.
Yeah, it'd be okay.
It doesn't make the children secondary.
No. Well, Maggie's kind of secondary in this film. She kind of gets kicked to the curb.
It does kind of feel a little bit like there's favoritism in his children. But Maggie is very much on the mom, on Moira. And
yeah, Maggie's attached herself to him.
With Peter. Which I think is good. It's a nice touch of both parents. It's not just all sidelined just to be Peter. Maggie is a good aid that Moira and Peter are a good mom and dad. And it makes more sense to tell Hook, you know, you're just a man without a mommy versus you're a guy who doesn't have a dad.
Without a daddy.
You could also do something like Where's Peter Pan?
Yeah, that's an option.
Yeah, where's Pan? Because the idea obviously is he used Pan all along, had to find it in himself. So there is something to the question in the title, I guess.
Or Bring Me Peter or something. Oh.
Bring me Peter.
Yeah, Bring Me Peter. All interesting ideas. I'll jump to a shot I quite liked, which was the police investigating the situation. And they're like, oh, maybe it's just a prank. You know, my kid's been kidnapped. Well, yeah. Or maybe let's call it the American police. But that
if the British police acted like that, then that would absolutely be the response. Let's call the American police instead.
But that shot of the living room to pan out through the window pane to show the neighborhood, I thought was really cool.
It's just a prank, Han. Until Dawn reference for all you fans out there.
The movie?
No, the game.
I will jump to also a little before that. When Peter snaps at his kids, right before that, there's a shot of Jack's shadow growing bigger over Peter, and I think that's it's very cool, symbolic, and stuff like that. But also, it's just like shows how much it's starting to encroach on his thought losses right before he snaps at his kids.
Yeah, the shadows are quite good to be played with in this movie, because it also has the same thing with, like, when he's drinking in the nursery, and his shadows on the ceiling, or the sword fight at the end when they're on the wall of Peter and Hook before entering frame. And then, of course, just Peter's shadow in Neverland that's sentient.
Yeah. I'm happy that the shadow made a cameo, but honestly, the shadow wasn't super relevant to the story, so I don't think we needed any more of that.
No, I think the shadow is perfectly fine. I don't think the shadow needed to be another character battling shadows or fighting or doing...
I'm happy with the minimal use of the shadow in this.
The thing every time I see it, I still don't know if I'm fine with the minimal use is the mermaids.
I could do without it. It doesn't really add anything except establish that there's mermaids.
It establishes the mermaids. My guess is they were giving him oxygen to breathe, and before he could get into the cloud.
Mermaid's kiss. Right.
Yeah,
that's definitely what it was.
Yeah,
I'm
more in the I'm more in like
in there. But.
Yeah, I'm more in the camp of why did Tinkerbell take Pan like directly like off of Hook's ship instead of taking him directly to the Lost Boys treehouse?
She got tired.
Does
that
she?
That the excuse we're gonna go with?
Does she? Well, I'm trying to think. Does she being there, and like telling Peter, the whole nursery talk, and Peter yelling, "I don't believe in fairies," to then immediately clapping, showing like, okay, he does care. Do you think that's enough for her to believe that if Peter got to Neverland, she thinks he can quickly pick it back up? Like he hasn't forgotten. She's not. She's just as shocked as everyone else when it gets sad and quiet that he can't get his kids. I think it would come to him naturally.
I'm more in the camp of
they would need to show more.
They would need to show more, but also why would she? The smarter choice would just be to bring Peter to his obvious allies, which would be the Lost Boys. Like she dropped him pretty much in enemy territory, when she could have taken him anywhere.
True. I just still think that's on. She thinks Peter could have shaken up being in Neverland and been fine.
Sprinks, is this devil's advocate or something you are applying?
No, I think that is the reason, because it goes to a shot of her just being as shocked to make the whole deal with Hook over Peter, also to save his life. But she's also in a realization that Peter is so far lost being an adult that Neverland is not on his memory or anything to be brought back. And previously, as I said, with the clapping thing, showing belief into like that's how you save a fairy, and Peter going like, okay, I'll humor this, I'll work with this, and he's getting more and more enthusiastic in it, of like, okay, now he's actually fine with it because he's believing that this fairy is real and not a figment of his imagination. So I think that's given more trust into Tink to believe that Peter can just snap out of it from that example to take him to the enemy lines.
That's stretching so much. Unfortunately, I'm gonna knock this. I'm knocking this as Tinker's made a mistake here. It's hard to. I can't interpret that. Tinkerbell theoretically almost just died because Peter couldn't remember. So even if he's humoring the idea, I think that should be warning flags for her. I would say the choice of showing her to be shocked later on is okay. It just brings more questions to the table for me here. It doesn't make any sense. I know why they want to do it. They want to introduce the principal character, Hook, because everyone wants to. That's why everyone's here. It's the title of the movie. But I don't think it's justified for her to drop Peter here in enemy territory, which you could have just brought him anywhere.
Let alone unconscious, and could have been attacked while he was asleep. And no one saw or heard her fly in with him.
Everyone else was asleep. That's the coincidence. Yeah. My nick that I have for the scene with Tink in the nursery is Peter says, "I don't believe in fairies." And Tink immediately responds with, "Every time someone says, 'I don't believe in fairies,' a fairy dies." Tink saying that herself just killed someone.
Unless it's with intent, but she didn't specify that.
From what I know, it's like you don't say that line. Well, so in that scene, in that scene, they killed 3 of them.
I mean, how many of them are out there anyways? Like, one baby crying produced 1,000 of them, so come on.
This version, in this version, I haven't a clue. I couldn't tell you.
Or one baby laughing, or I don't remember. It was laughing or crying.
In the 2003 version, there's a good amount of fairies. Now, I don't know if it bothers you at all. Actually, Crimson, it might not bother you at all, being this is kind of like your only Peter Pan thing. But, Ryder, is it bothersome to you that this version of Tinkerbell talks?
No, not really. I've always viewed her as a very expressive character, and I'm used to her being mute, sure, but I don't think it bothers me that she can talk, because normally she's expressive enough to get her ideas across anyway when she's unable to talk, so it's not that much of a leap, I think, for me.
All right.
Well, Sprinks, it does bother me.
Oh.
I kind of would have liked it if she was more silent. And this is big on steroids, by the way. Uh, she took him as a baby and watched him grow up. And then she's got a whole romance with him. It's so weird.
That's a little odd, yes. I also have a question of how the infant grew up in Neverland.
That was
That's another one. Yeah.
Yeah. Does
I
he
don't
only
know.
age when he leaves?
I don't know the aging because you got like why do I keep forgetting his name?
Rufio?
The head, huh? Yeah, Rufio. He's obviously older than all the other boys.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know why he's differently. Well, actually, there's quite a range. You got like probably like a 5-year-old up to him being like a teenager.
Maybe he was
I don't
a
know.
runaway outcast and was accepted into Neverland.
See, I think
I mean,
that's
if it's
part of
still
the
a teen,
handicap of this film being a pseudo sequel is they don't really establish what is a Lost Boy and how they get here.
as long as they're not 18, I think. Anyone below the age of 18.
Should this film establish how a Lost Boy gets here and the rules
No, I think
regarding
that's
that?
fine because Tink does that.
Tink abducts them all.
I
I think that's a fair.
I think
from
Tink
this movie,
abducts
I
them.
think that's a fair assumption to make from this film. That Tink is responsible for
Yeah,
all of them
because
that are here.
we don't
Just
see
kidnapping him?
any other Lost Boy fly. Even though Tink says pixie dust and a happy thought.
Yeah.
No other Lost Boy gets that.
I'm like, yeah, it would be a shame if she.
Maybe
It's not even pixie dust. It's just a happy
really
thought.
weird. Yeah, it'd be really weird if she it can throw pixie dust on anybody and it works. You know, I'm glad the film
Yeah.
didn't establish that.
Well,
I'm sure
Rufio
it wouldn't be useful.
Wasn't Rufio like, you can't fly, you can't fight, you can't crow? Rufio can't fly.
Yeah, it was a really weird choice, I think, to make it so like even if like Pan can be special and fly on his own, but we've already, as we see later on, all we need is the pixie dust and a happy thought. This kind of leads to one of my bigger issues for the end of the film, third act. Like, why didn't she just like make it so all the Lost Boys could fly? That's like a really good advantage.
Yes, but it doesn't look as cool.
Yeah, I agree with that. That still damages the film.
Yeah, what would I put? That's definitely on a ladder.
I have it as a
I
Nick.
think issue. I put it as issue. It affects the plot that they don't fly, and it damages their, at least Tinkerbell's intelligence.
My issue is Rufio's the leader of the Lost Boys here before Peter takes back over, and he can't fly.
Well, yeah,
I'll put that as an issue.
They treat it as like a mantle, like I'm Pan, because
Yeah.
he's got the sword. And which I wrote down. This is like Captain America. Are you Captain America just because of the item? No.
I was gonna go with the Darksaber from Mandalorian.
Do better, Captain.
What does the Darksaber make you? Just
the Darksaber makes you the ruler of Mandalore, and it has some shitty, arbitrary rules attached to it, thanks to Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau, that were not present before the Mandalorian TV show. But basically, if you are defeated while holding the Darksaber passes on to whoever defeated you, and they become the ruler of Mandalore. It's just it's an arbitrary clusterfuck, is what that is. But
part of the ship, part of the crew.
So like, yeah, so it is interesting here that like the Lost Boys have Rufio as their leader. And maybe it is because Rufio is the eldest. That's kind of why he's the leader. But
that makes sense.
I feel like that would be something to explore, considering we spend a lot of time here. I feel like that's something that could be explained away. As to why Rufio's the leader. He's the best fighter. That could be a reason. He's the one that like helped them all survive Captain Hook.
He's got the cool hair.
It's Dante Bosco. Zuko. Future Zuko.
What did Peter call him? You're a punk kid with too much mousse in your hair? Something?
I think that's it.
I will jump to a scene I actually really like in the film, which is when all the kids are, when the one kid, stays on the side with Peter and does a close examination of him, and it's what turns Peter's mouth into a smile that kind of triggers the memory of him realizing it's supposed to be Peter Pan. And other kids come over to check it out. It's a very nice scene. I quite like it.
Do you wish there was more of Peter putting his hands on his hips before talking about Peter Pan?
As a mannerism?
You think that just is more iconic?
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to think. Like, I think it's fine because the first scene is the Peter Pan play. So I guess any point afterwards still involves Peter Pan of some memory because he was attending that play. But the mannerisms seem to grow before getting to Neverland of his hands on his hips.
I mean, I'm kind of happy that they don't, because that would tie back into like
the memory
stuff. I think that would give in more problems to the phobia thing we talked about earlier. Like how much of Peter Pan stayed in Peter before it was all lost. I think that would just draw more tension. Yeah.
Because Wendy shows like the photo of Peter Pan in the book to prove to him, and his hands are, and then he lowers his hands so he doesn't
look like it.
That of the character. Yeah. But it was still his subconscious to put his hands on his hips.
Yeah. I'm glad they don't draw attention to it too much, because I think any more it would fall under the paranoia line. Like if that stayed, why is that not explained? That sort of thing. So I think as is, I think it's fine.
Okay. I think it's also fine because, as I said, the play begins at the beginning of the movie. If it was just knowing Peter doing this thing before in-world talk of Peter Pan, then I'd maybe have it on my damage ladder. Something I noticed that's... how do I word it? It's not on my damage ladder, but it is noticeable. Being, I think, just at the time. At 37:08, when the pirates want Peter's shoes, and Peter backs up into like the makeshift ship, and is kind of being attacked before Tink comes to help. The pirates jumping over the railing, or the windowsill to get into the room, have enough weight to them and shaking that it's shaking the rigged camera that's set in that room.
Yeah, I picked up on that as well. I mean, I guess they could have done a reshoot, but it wasn't like so bad that it was like an earthquake was happening.
No, but it is shaking it.
Yeah. Who brought Peter's clam up to the Lost Boy Tower?
Peter's what?
Because the mermaids pushed his... I'm assuming the mermaids pushed his clam along to where the Lost Boys are, like the water anyway. And he's brought up by like this rope crane. Who did that? Who lifted him up? Because it wasn't the Lost Boys.
This is devil's advocate talking here. That could be going through the trunk of the tree, and the mermaids are pulling it from underwater.
Oh yeah, that's devil's advocate for sure. Tinkerbell. Boom. There you go.
No, she's
using magic.
Asleep though. Everyone's asleep. That's the thing.
That I have an issue with.
His shadow. I don't know.
It's not his shadow. No, I don't know who. Magic. I do have an issue though with Tinkerbell sleeping. She witnessed Peter jumping off, hand tied, drowning as she's screaming to him in the water, and then she just flies up to the Lost Boys' place and goes to bed.
Okay, guess she made a deal with the mermaids. She's not jealous of the mermaids.
She had no clue.
Making out with him. Yeah, exactly. It's amazing that he didn't die. It's severe plot armor already. And I heard flying off. That's also a big character issue I take.
It's a flaw.
Yeah.
It's above. She should be worried out of her mind.
Yeah.
She should not be asleep.
Yeah, so nitpick, Peter just teleports somehow to the top of the Lost Boys area.
You didn't teleport. You got the claim out.
Yeah, I have no
That's
idea
fine.
who did that, so it's still convenient. um, but I think the Tinkerbell thing is also a flaw. That's pretty big.
And then also in the mermaid bit, you could see the backdrop of the pool that they filmed in
the
or
tank?
whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could see the back of it painted. Not very well, might I add.
At least they tried. I will give them that. I like painted backgrounds.
Sure, they tried.
Yeah. No, I think the set design is very good in this movie.
For the most part. I do think there's some bits and bobs like that where it's obvious that it's it's where it's obvious. It's obviously it comes to me like it's a giant stage production, and I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing for a film like this.
I don't think so. Everything in Neverland, that is. I mean, the Darling's house and everything in the real world, that's not set design, that's location based. But
yeah, but like as far as constructing sets here, this comes across as a big stage play in Neverland, and I actually do like the feeling that evokes in me subjectively, because I like that stuff. You know, like, the same way. It's the same reason I like the painted backgrounds in Wizard of Oz.
Do you know the fact of the pirate that doubted Captain Hook?
Nope.
I
don't recognize who that actor is?
Nope.
I don't.
Was it Spielberg?
No, it's not. No, that was not Spielberg. No, that was Glenn Close.
I always get that confused with Powell. What do I know him from?
Well, first off, it's an actress. She played Cruella in the original live-action 101 Dalmatians.
Oh, okay.
She's also Nova Commander in Guardians.
Interesting. Yeah, well, I would have gotten that.
I mean, it explains why she doesn't say any lines, really.
No, she says some.
She just says some, but it's not like...
but she has a beard, and...
Yeah. Beautified.
The Boo Boo Box.
The Boo Box. As a kid, the Boo Boo Box scared the hell out of me.
Chest with scorpions.
Yeah. I thought that was so scary. Just like the freak out of the face of the pirate being put in the box. I will, though, have a nick to it, is that those are real big screams when the box closes. Opening that door should not muffle the noises anymore.
Mm-mm. Failure on the audio department. Boom.
That was a little audio.
0 out of 10.
That's an audio nick.
I might be jumping pretty far ahead because I don't know where it is in my notes, but something
you
that
talked about the outfits at the baseball game. I think we're.
I guess
it
was sprouted off the baseball getting stolen.
There is a popcorn attached to the linearity, so we can jump around.
Something I would say fairly significant that they just completely ignored, hoping the audience wouldn't notice, is him changing into his iconic outfit. He's in the room with Tank, learning to fly. Then he goes straight up, and then we get an outside view of him leaving and then flying through the sky. He changes outfits mid-flight. We don't know how he gets his outfit.
So, man, do I have a devil's advocate for this one? You have to imagine food in order for the food to be, like, sustainable. Why not the same thing for clothes?
He's got a point.
I don't like it. I don't like it, Crimson.
I agree.
Because could you just imagine somebody getting stabbed even though they're not stabbed? I mean, come on. There's limits to this.
Anything. Yeah, I know. There has to be delineated lines. At least like they go through the process of like showing the Lost Boys cooking, right? So there is something there, but imagination is required to make it like. As far as the magic of this world, yeah, to see Neverfood, you require the magic of your imagination just to properly see it.
But that's just Neverfood, right? The food in Captain Hook's the captain's helm, that's real food? Or is that
I would
never
imagine
food?
so.
I would imagine so, but also it wouldn't matter too much for the pirates to be able to see it either, because they're here in Neverland and they've lived there. So
True, but they have to be just as imaginative as Lost Boys. They can't be like Peter, who isn't imaginating as a grown-up.
I mean,
Which is
they
why
are
he can't see it.
imaginative, to be fair. At least Shmi certainly is. He comes up with a plan, tricks Hook into thinking it's his own plan. So they're imaginative. So I don't think I have an issue if it is Never Food and they can imagine it as well. It does take away, I think, a little bit from the theme, though, considering they're supposed to be adults and stuff like that. Like in the kids are, you gotta reclaim your imagination. It does take away from the theme a little bit, but I don't think it is a objectively bad thing in world if they can see it as well.
I'm leaning they got normal food.
I think that's where I'm leaning too. Yeah.
So for the wardrobe change, I have that as a nick. Doesn't really affect the plot, but it is kind of a significant thing. Him just getting his iconic outfit out of nowhere.
I would say it's a nick as well.
I would also say, yeah, it's a nick. Only thing I can think of is like it's a time jump, but I don't think it is.
No, with the way they filmed it, it looked like it was one fluid motion.
Yeah. Well, I don't. It's also a question. I don't know if it's a thing. Does Neverland cure his eyesight? Because at one point he just stops wearing his glasses.
That I'm not too sure about, but maybe it could be something to do with the magic. I genuinely have no idea, though. I feel like there would be a line for
Yeah,
that.
they don't establish that.
Yeah.
Without anything hinting towards the magic or imagination, I'm going to assume he just has bad eyesight. That's what I'm going to go with.
Okay. I don't think it's terrible, though, because he's not complaining that he can't see.
And we don't know how bad his vision is, so the glasses could be very minimal.
I will say his clothes that he arrives in get pretty worn out during the training montage, and then they're clean. They're perfectly clean again, like the next scene when he's with Thud.
That's true. They do get cleaned up, and I don't think he brought extra clothes.
No. Sure, yeah.
More on the outfit stuff.
Yeah. A line I really like, because it's, I guess, an homage or a callback to the original Peter Pan, is when Smee and Hook are investigating Peter's body to double check that this is Peter Pan. Hook calls Peter Podfish, which is like the number one insult that young Peter Pan called Hook, and also tells Peter he's a shadow of his former self.
They mention shadow. Yeah, good.
I will say it's a little weird that Tinkerbell didn't go around explaining to the Lost Boys before Peter arrived. So it's when they're all chasing him around the hideout and stuff like that, and like throwing stuff at him. It's weird that Tinkerbell didn't go around to preemptively talk to all of them that Peter's back or whatever. He's not going to be who you expect, etc., etc. So it's just more onto Tinkerbell's character, because obviously that would avert the tension, I guess, / fun of the Lost Boys, like, shooting him with paintball arrows or stuff like that.
They need proof.
Yeah.
Lost Boys need proof to understand that this is Peter Pan. Even the ones who are like, pulling back the wrinkles to see him underneath. Not everyone sees that or believes that.
Yeah.
But
my potential damage ladder here, right, is that Tinkerbell would have tried to talk to all of them before Peter showed up, if she had absolute faith that Peter would show up, which we've all questioned is already a problem because she just left him.
Well, that goes with the mermaids, yeah. That goes with me, though, that previously, that's why Tink left him in the pirates area, believing that he would just snap out of it and be Peter Pan. Because then he could just fly up to Lost Boys. Lost Boys would believe he's flying. That's Peter. Being that he's the only one who can fly in this world, apparently. And that's all the proof they need. But even still, when they're attacking Peter and shooting arrows at him and chasing him, Tinkerbell is still going around to Lost Boys and saying, hey, he has kids. We got to help them. We got to make them Bannerang. Kind of thing. Like, there's still a scene of that where she's talking to the other Lost Boys and Rufio.
Yeah, she does. Those are there. My big thing is, like, why didn't she do that earlier? It's not a huge issue or anything. This at worst, I think this would be a nitpick for me because I think it would still play out the same.
Did Tinkerbell know that the pirates were going to steal Peter Pan's kids? Because when she comes back and tells Peter, he goes, "Oh, how do you know about my kids?" He goes, "Oh, everyone knows." Like, it's being like proclaimed in Neverland that Hook stole Peter's kids, which I think is the reason why Tink came to get Peter.
Yeah, I don't think she knew preemptively.
Yeah, so I don't think she's warning the Lost Boys, "Hey, I'm going to go get Peter," upon finding the news.
Okay. And I guess I'd have to really read into the interpretation that she thinks Peter's dead because he fell into the water, because I feel like she would have gone to the Lost Boys for help.
She would have. No, that's all after Peter falling off the plank. That's fine. I'm talking about prior, when she goes to the Darling residence and gets Peter.
Yeah, that's
Why
fine.
she didn't tell the Lost Boys then.
Yeah, I don't have any questions about that. Mine was more so like the Lost Boys could have been informed before Peter shows up at the Lost Boy hideout, which leads to all the hijinks. The hijinks stuff is fine. It's more, like I said, it's just a nick for me in terms of, I guess, again, Tinkerbell could have communicated that Peter was there at that point, or that she thinks Peter's dead, or, yeah, she went to sleep on the job after thinking Peter's dead. That's not a fucking problem at all.
No, it's a flaw. I like Crimson, you get host carded.
Blasted. All right, well, it's a short one. When Tinkerbell talks to Peter upstairs, this is back at the house, he's like yelling and screaming and panicking, and Moira doesn't hear any of it. I don't believe in fairies!
Nobody in the house hears it.
Yeah, nobody.
They could, they're just not investigating it.
And then I think there's something to that.
It'd be funny if Wendy gave sleep drugs to Moira.
That doesn't sound like something Wendy would do, but that would be humorous.
It would be funny, and it would explain why nobody came up to see him shouting.
The possibility of did Moira notice that Peter went up there drinking?
Don't know.
Like, if she knows that he's drinking, then it could be a thing like that's him letting out emotions for the loss of his children right now. Like, let him be. The weird thing is, kind of later, when
he's yelling, that is a bit questionable.
It depends on how clearly she can hear, or if she's in the house, or if she's awake, just like all that stuff. So I think it's weird that she's like, "Oh, I'm dreaming about my children later," and they're gone. But when she sees Peter, she just goes, "Where have you been?" Not that Peter's been gone too for 3 days.
Yeah. Like I said, it's unless there's only the night has passed, in which case she might have just assumed something else. But it is convenient that it's not questioned where Peter went.
Yeah, she could have thought he went out looking for the kids or something, but that would more than likely be communicated to her. "Hey, honey, I'm gonna find our kids." He wouldn't have just
fair, Tinker did steal him away before he probably would have said anything.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's a small nitpick. It's a Texas switch, which this movie does, I think, a good amount of Texas switches in it. Does anyone need to be reminded of what a Texas switch is?
It's when a stunt double swaps with the character.
I was going to say you should remind the audience.
Oh, thank you. Yes, audience. A Texas switch. I think we had a big talk on it in Olympus.
One of the Fallens. London. It was London has fallen. It was London.
London has fallen. Yeah. This movie does have quite a few Texas switches where the stunt double goes out of frame and the actor comes into frame. First one is with Rufio falls off the vine and lands facing away from Peter, so we don't see his face. And when he stands up, he's facing him.
Yep.
Another one that constantly happens is when
Thud.
Thud. Yeah, Thud changes into his ball.
Yeah, that one's pretty apparent.
Ducks out of the frame and the props.
Yeah. Pretty apparent. I would agree with that. I will go. Oh,
I was gonna say the one I don't know if it's a Texas switch. I'll just go. Is Hook's fighting choreography Texas switches? Because I didn't look up because there are scenes where Dustin Hoffman and Robin Williams are both doing the sword fighting, but I don't know if it's 100% both of them the whole time.
I think the more complicated, more distance, choreographed shots aren't the two actors. No offense to them. I do think that some of the more the more distant shots, I do think there are some stunt doubles in there, but the close-up shots are definitely the two of them.
I don't think there's any Texas switches. There might be cuts to where a stunt double, like a different angle where a stunt double's doing it, but I don't think there's any switches.
Yeah, I don't think there's any switches either.
Okay. Ryder, you were about to say something.
I was going to go to one of the more interesting things of the film, which is Hook is portrayed a little bit more frayed on the edges than I remember him in other versions of Peter Pan, which is Shmi is very much like keeping Hook sane and keeping him from going off the deep end and also preventing his suicide. It is played off in a humorful way. It's like, don't try to stop me, Shmi. Don't try to stop me, Shmi. Stop me, Shmi. What are you doing? Don't do that. There's when he's trying to commit suicide. There are levels to this, I think, in how foundational Shmi has been in being like the supporting bedrock underneath Hook. And it's an interesting interpretation of Hook because it removes a lot of his agency from what you would typically expect Hook's character to be. Not that Shmi's not relevant to the other versions of Hook, but in this one he just happens to be very particularly relevant. Because
it's more
this
mature.
Hook, yeah. Because it's a very dark take to have. And
yes, they go more with the mental approach of how the turmoil he's been having of all these years, all this time, versus the more cartoony approach kind of thing where he takes his anger out by just killing people.
Yeah.
Like, he does kill someone in this movie. Just shoots, point blank through the checkbook.
Yeah.
But
he kills a couple people a few times, so.
No, he kills Rufio, but yeah.
Yeah. And then obviously he kills the boo box, someone with the boo box. So it happens.
Did that person die?
I'm going to go with yes. They didn't show up again. In either case, though, it is a very, as you say, it's a more mature aspect to add to his character. And I kind of want, because that kind of brought into my idea of doing something like Cruella or Maleficent with Hook specifically, because that would be a very interesting. The groundwork that they do have here for the Hook kind of would make me interested in a follow-up where that is kind of the focus or an isolated prequel or whatever into what Hook is. Because Hook obviously has parental issues. His last words was, "I want my mommy." But the idea that this particular obsession is one of the things that keeps him from committing suicide because he hates being trapped here, keeps being trapped in this scenario, etc., etc. And it's not something really the film touches on. It doesn't need to because it's not the focus, but it's interesting that all these layers are here.
Unfortunately, I think they chose the wrong reasons. Because if he feels trapped here, it is now established he doesn't have to be here.
Yeah.
He can just go to the human world.
like I said, if that's the reason, right? Because it could just be he wants his revenge and that's his driving force, and that's why he's determined to stay here until his revenge is complete.
I don't know. I just think they should have removed that motivation of I don't want to be here because he doesn't have to be here. It's established that he can leave here.
Yeah, it is. That does conflict with, as you say, with prior knowledge. So
it is conflicting, but it also could just be in the moment. Like in that moment of time, in that state of depression, what he wants is to leave, most of all. But in the overall scheme of the crew and the pirates and everything, this is where he belongs.
Well, he hates the crew. He says that explicitly to Smee.
Yeah, they're drooling spawn, but just he hates them because they're below him, and they're like worthless nothings. But it puts him in a place of power. Yeah, but it puts him in a place of power and kind of worship. So I can see the conflict in his own mind of why he has the option to leave but chooses not to. And it could go on to what you said, Ryder, of like trying to finish up the revenge on Pan.
Yeah, I'm leaning to remove that line and change it with something else.
I would want to edit the line because I think that could be an interesting end goal, but like he feels like he can't move on until Pan is dead or he's taken his revenge. So that line can work in other versions, but I feel like because it's here, I would want it removed unless we're elaborating on Hook's motivations a bit more. We'd be adding a lot more nuance
yelling,
to the character.
I don't want to be here, but this stupid unfinished business with Peter, something along those lines.
Yeah.
Sure. The Hook chant that all the people are saying while going on board, is that in universe or not? It's been a while since I think we've had this talk.
Do you think this? I think that's in universe. It's so close though, because the music starts off showing the band playing right as it starts. So I think it's in universe.
Right,
the music isn't playing prior and then showing the band of like the Hagrid thing, playing the music in world after it's established. It like starts right by showing the band.
I think I'm leaning to it being in universe, and the reason I do that is because a lot of absurd group activities happen in this universe. What I'm missing for it being in the universe is why is Hook so well regarded and looked up to? Other than he's just the captain, yeah.
I feel like it's mixed messaging because kind of like we talked about before, where these are the serious adults, and then you got the fun, imaginative Lost Boys. A bunch of dancing, singing pirates isn't that like dull adulty to me?
Okay, this isn't kiddie. Like the Knights of Camelot. They're not that goofy.
It's pretty goofy.
they're chanting a cry to, honor the head honcho.
Huh. I guess we just view it differently. I don't think it really fits here. So,
is there another example of something where there's a chant like this?
In this film?
No, not in this film. Just like another thing, like the main leader, and there's a chanting in world kind of thing, like as you say, singing.
Maybe Scooby-Doo when they're kind of chanting for the sacrifice. I guess kind of a leader type thing.
I see that as different. They're not chanting for someone. That's more ritual.
Haven't covered the movie, but Atreides from Dune.
I suppose that's chanting.
It's done awfully, but I could pick a Star Wars thing in one of the shows. Ahsoka, they do chant for a character in there. where a whole crowd does it. I think on levels of seriousness, it fits the tone of the movie that the pirates do this, but it doesn't fit the character of the pirates. Does that make sense?
Yeah, the movie's more goofy, more fun-loving, less serious. Goofy might be too strong. But yeah, I think the pirates are supposed to be the serious adults, and this doesn't feel serious adulty.
I'm not sure where you're getting serious adults. Because I don't see any of the pirates really being serious adults.
Maybe serious is too strong. It's just they're not supposed to be like the Lost Boys. The Lost Boys are the free, caring, fun group, and then there's the adult pirates.
There's an
What
argument
makes
to be
them
made.
different?
There's an argument to be made that a bigger dichotomy should be made in the tone of being with the pirates than being with the Lost Boys. This is, I think, is what you're getting at with that, right, Crimson?
Yeah, because what's the difference with them, other than adult and kid?
At this point, I don't think there's much of a difference because of the loss of Peter. I think Rufio has made the Lost Boys a lot more like the pirates of. They're both freely do whatever you want, kind of base, do this, do that, not really tasked, not really like, man the cannons, go on patrols, any of that. Like, they're just doing silly antics, what they want, and the Lost Boys are doing the same. But when the Lost Boys come to fight the pirates at the end, I think shows the most change in the two of them, of the pirates versus Lost Boys. Being the Lost Boys are far more creative, more prankstery, harmful, but not murderous. Like a Spider-Man versus Punisher thing. Like the Spider-Mans are Lost Boys, and they're there to send you to the medical wing and beat you the hell up, but the pirates are they'll kill you. They're more
Which is
lethal and
incongruent,
ruthless.
because Rufio is like, we kill pirates, and then we get a war where they're shooting eggs at them.
I think that's because Peter took over. At the time of Rufio's reign, there are possibilities that they killed pirates.
They had that equipment already.
Well, I'm trying to think of with the armor, and it's all like spider webs and everything. Is it just like stuff that hasn't been used for a very long time?
Possibly.
Like back when Peter was around? Because everything looks old.
Don't know. And we don't know how much time has passed in Neverland.
Yeah, it's not new stuff. It doesn't. None of the stuff they're using for the battle looks new.
No, but you might be reaching a little bit, because it could be a week old. It could be 40 years old. We don't know any of that.
That's true. But my best interpretation of what's being shown or stated is Rufio's reign. They did kill pirates if interacting with pirates. Peter is not killing.
But there's never a scene of him like saying to not kill or anything like that.
No, just him now being Pan and taking the mantle from Rufio.
I mean, we see him pretty definitively stab a pirate with the intention to kill. So I think we shouldn't be ascribing.
Yeah, he stabs pirates on board, yeah.
So I don't know if we should have this discussion of whether like it's a difference sign to the reign, because the only difference really is that they both killed pirates apparently. And that's fine. Maybe Peter has more fun while killing pirates, which is psychotic, but there could be, yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't want to go that far to say that Rufio is only the one that said we should kill pirates, because Peter is clearly shown later on to be killing pirates. He doesn't kill all of them, just a couple of them.
Okay. Something you said previously, Crimson, about the outfit change. of Peter going up and he's now in his Peter Pan outfit. The same kind of happens when he goes to the, I guess, skate ring. How'd he get on a skateboard?
I feel like
It's
I
like him
remember a shot of him
running.
like walking on it, but
Oh, it just, to me, it was the two going back and forth in the, what are those called? Half tubes? Or half
half
pipe?
pipe.
Half
And
pipes.
he's running, and then the next scene is Lost Boys running towards the camera, and Peter on a skateboard coming into the scene, and then he goes up and falls over.
I don't recall enough to give a definitive answer. I feel like I remember a scene of him stepping on it, but I'm not confident with that answer.
Okay. And Ryder, you touched on it, but I'm curious on Crimson, just to get more of a feel on it. Crimson, how do you feel about the Neverland food? Like, is the imagination acceptable enough?
I mean, it establishes a weird rule or magic system, which we kind of already talked about, like what are the limits, and we don't really get technically limits. We're kind of at the moment just tying it to food because that's all we really see it with. So I see it for the whimsy, fun, kid aspect of the film, but in universe, if I was to make this a clean cut film, I probably would have gotten rid of that. But I think it fits the tone of this film, and it's good for the kid audience.
I have world-building questions, but I don't think it's necessarily a detriment to the film.
The change to taking it out and adding something else in, I suppose, would be what would be the change in showing Peter becoming imaginative or more childlike. Because it's the throwing the spoon, because to him, if we're going from the perspective of Peter, picking up that spoon was empty to him. He didn't see anything. He just like pretended to throw something at Rufio, and that pretend action made it real to him to use his imagination. Which is then why he was so shocked to see the spoon.
Well, I don't know if we need more an imagination thing or a childness, playfulness out of it. Because the only limitation of the imagination thing is making the food visible. I don't think that really applies to anything else. But so if we could replace it, it could just be something childish, like he starts a food fight. I mean that's childish. If it was a normal feast where they're just eating, and let's say what was his name, Tuffy, the one that
Thud.
turned into a ball. Thud. Yeah, Thud. Let's say he gets the only like burger on the table or something, and then he's jealous of him and he's rubbing it in his face. Then he starts a food fight. It's not a massive change. The change is it's now childness and less imagination.
Okay. I think it cuts whimsy out of the scene, but it does still work.
Yeah, like I said, it's hard. It's a harder thing to balance, especially if they want to have a magic system focused around imagination, which is something, to be fair. It is a very important thing to a lot of fairy tales. Just the degree of your imagination, or the degree of like, this is a cornerstone of almost like belief as well. You have to imagine it hard enough to believe that it's there. Which could be another aspect of it, but it is very open to interpretation as it is.
I'll bring up my least favorite line of the film.
Okay.
Are you related to Mighty Mouse? I was like internally groaning. I'm like, this feels like modern movies right now. That was the only joke in here that's like referential to an exterior source. And I was like, ugh, that's gross.
Doesn't really fit with the film, does it?
It stands out. It's not an objective problem. You can have referential jokes, but that one stood out because it's the only one like that, and it just seemed like a random comment to just be plopped in during the scene.
Standing out because it's the only one. Interesting how the turntables. But yes, I see what you mean. It is the only reference kind of humor joke. But in context, I suppose it does make sense. Something small and mighty.
I suppose. It's just weird that adult Peter makes that joke.
The
serious Peter.
Yeah.
Well, it's not necessarily a joke. It's a joke onto the audience. It's more of just a legitimate question to Peter.
A legitimate question? You think he's actually related to Mighty Mouse? I don't think that's a legitimate question.
I don't think he said it as a joke. I think he said it as like, what, more in the vein of like, what is it about you that makes you so strong?
He could have said something, what did you eat for breakfast? Or something like that.
As long as it didn't come across accusatory, I suppose so, yeah.
Okay, so it might be a set design issue for me, which is rare, but the captain's cabin does not correlate to the size of the ship where the cabin would be located. Because it is a big-ass room.
It's a bigger room.
I think you're right. I'm picturing them standing in front of it. The doors. Yeah, it's not that wide. So, yeah. It's a little TARDIS-y, a little bit.
Yeah. Not a huge... It doesn't break the film or anything, but it was a visual discrepancy I picked up on.
Yeah. Something I had, actually, with the captain's quarters there, is when Smee brings the bed down and takes over the, I guess, model of Neverland, after that Captain Hook shot the boat and set it on fire, that bed covers that model area, and it cuts back to the boat on fire sinking into the water. With the bed over it, the lighting would be different.
You're right.
It would have been darker.
Yep.
I also don't think that would have lit it on fire.
This is also a pretty cool captain's cabin.
It's a pretty cool ship. I like the design of the back of it.
I like the figurehead of the skeleton holding the sword.
Wouldn't replace the Black Pearl for me, or the Surprise, but I do like it.
It's better than the Dawn Treader.
I think everything's better than the Dawn Treader.
Yeah, Dawn Treader. Yeah. I'm trying to think if I like this more than Davy Jones' ship.
The Dutchman.
Dutchman.
Yeah.
What about One-Eyed Willie's?
This is better than One-Eyed Willie's.
What about Salazar?
This is better than Salazar's. I can't even think of what it looks like in my head.
Salazar's it's the ship that like opens up. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, Salazar's ship
one that eats ships.
The Monster House ship, yeah.
Yeah, the Monster House ship, exactly.
Yeah, the Anne's how could I forget the Jackdaw, the Anne's Revenge?
The Jackdaw. The Jackdaw's a cool looking ship.
Yeah,
I forget the name of the ship from Kingdom Hearts 3, but that's also a cool ship.
Pirate ship tier list inbound.
But yeah,
that would actually
this
be
cool. This is the Jolly Roger. I like this one.
Just remembering that they made Jolly Roger a villain in the Pirates Online game. That was actually very fun.
I'll touch on a little bit of the cinematography in the movie. I like when it appears, the use of Dutch angles. There are a couple instances where it comes up. I think the first instance it appears in the movie is when Peter opens the doors to the nursery, and it's kind of like a tilted Dutch angle shot that's kind of eerie, focusing on him.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of taking in like, this is where the first instance of all of this began, was this room. And kind of like the eeriness tone of this room was off. And then everything was fine until, the pirates came.
Yeah.
But I like it. No, sorry. I like it more in a sense when Smee has the idea to manipulate Pan's children, and it's dancing, tilting the camera as Smee's explaining his plan. And then when the point that Hook really likes it, it's a front normal shot on Hook to even it out.
I was gonna cite that scene as my favorite use of the Dutch angle as well. The one where Shmi comes up with the plan.
Yeah, and just tilts back and forth.
Yeah. I kind of wish we actually saw more manipulation onto Jack to try and forget. He just forgets Maggie exists, like straight up. And I kind of wish.
You can't blame him. The whole movie forgets about her.
Yeah, that's true. But unfortunately, she exists in his life. I kind of wish the movie, because we have our like Peter's fucked up memories. I kind of wish we got something with Jackie, like it just being in Neverland affects your memories in some way, shape, or form, or being out of it comparatively. Because it's a very, very abrupt change from him having class with Maggie, seeing her sing on the deck, and then him destroying clocks to going to the baseball game and seemingly having completely forgotten she existed.
Yes.
It's
His
not.
memory is.
Yeah,
it is changed. I think it's more so that Jack is to Peter and Maggie's to the mom, and Maggie's whole thing is like, don't forget mom. Like everything about mom, like that is her focal point of remembering, and mom's not there, so she's like, I'm just gonna keep remembering mom. Maggie doesn't really mention dad, or like remember Peter or anything like that. It's just mostly mom. But Peter or Jack's the whole thing is on Peter, and his last memory of his dad was failing, which is the whole like emotion bit. He goes like he was there, he didn't even try when he did try, but he could have done better, and that's whole Jack's memory of his dad, and that's a sorrowful thing, and Hook is giving him better memories, which is happiness and overtaking. So one of my favorite things I think written of the manipulation stuff for Jack and Hook is Maggie saying you're a liar, you lie, and Hook goes, me lie? I wouldn't lie. The truth is far more fun. And Hook pretty much just gives the truth of what is happening from his perspective onto the relationship of Peter and Jack to manipulate Jack.
It is a twisted version of the truth, but it is the truth nonetheless, and I think I like that more because it is true in a sense that adults do give up like parts of their life when they choose to have children. So I think it's obviously it's phrased in a very, very toxic way, but it is still a true statement.
Yeah. And he goes, oh yeah, he was at your sister's play, but he didn't show up to your baseball game. It's like he, the things he chose gave it, like he didn't care about you kind of thing. And the harsh truth of that I thought was really cool to work with, of Hook being evil. But Crimson's being quiet. Crimson's pondering.
I'm pondering.
I'm believing you're pondering.
I'm pondering why the clock museum has clocks that aren't broken.
It's a good question. Doesn't make any sense for his character, does it?
Because a broken clock is still right twice a day.
But
boom.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's a.
I don't understand why there's so many clocks at the end of the movie. Where'd those come from?
I did write that down.
They just
where did the kids get all those clocks?
Is that like their secret weapon against Hook? They just have like
a horde of clocks. It could be. I mean, like I said, one of the interesting things that one of the things I would have done is I would have laid ticking clocks all along a pathway, like to protect our house, so Hook just couldn't easily raid where I lived.
Oh, like a face circle.
Kinda, yeah. Kinda, but more like, it would be an early warning system. You have them laid out on like the hiking path to get to your place because the pirates can't fly, so they'd have to hike and take the long way.
In that case, there should be a clock in the nursery that Wendy put in there.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Because it's clearly a phobia for him. Yeah, I have no idea why there are any clocks intact in the museum, because it's out of character for Hook, and I do think that damages his character that there are some intact.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Looking through my notes, and while I'm doing that, we're going to go to Crimson.
Okay. So we have like a audio pitch change, I guess, when Peter got shot in the crotch with the paint arrows.
Yeah.
Subjectively, I didn't enjoy that. I thought that was pretty stupid. I guess objectively, it's fine, though it's not a natural sounding voice. So in universe, it's kind of weird that came out of his mouth.
Got shot in his never regions.
Yes, there's no square. I don't think I've said that in years. no square.
Oh. But it is comedically done by enhancing it to be higher pitched.
Yes.
So, but I think it's a. Is it bad because it's a one-time joke?
See, I know you're trying to draw parallels, but the difference between what you're drawing is when we had this debate, you were using it objectively. I'm talking subjectively. It's very different. The one-time rule.
I don't know.
So for this, I didn't enjoy it.
Subjective.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the debate we had on it in the past. It was tied to you being objective.
That's a different conversation. I'm talking about this one where you brought up the Mighty Mouse being a one-time, and now this is a one-time.
Yeah, I don't dislike this one because it's a one-time. I just dislike it innately. If they did this joke later on the boat during the sword fight, I also wouldn't like it.
Okay, so you don't like the high-pitched punch in the balls jokes?
No, that's something I would rather see in like a cartoon or an animation.
One of the jokes that I enjoyed was the stealing the base. Just gets mowed down.
That's a good joke.
That one made me chuckle.
Second. Bam. I think that is. It's either that one or my other favorite joke, I guess, kind of joke, is the "Aren't you?" and he goes Peter Pan, and the guy just jumps out the window. Doesn't even attempt to fight him.
Those are the two funniest jokes.
Yeah, those to me are as well the two funniest jokes.
Something I have is Rufio throwing the coconut. He throws it at Pan, and then Pan gets a sword and cuts it clean. If Peter stopped imagining, would the coconut just vanish? Or would the Lost Boy see a coconut hit him and it doesn't affect him?
Wow, you took that in a completely different direction than I thought you were going to go. I had something else written for that scene.
Oh.
Okay, so you're going with the thought that the coconut is an imagined coconut.
It's a food source around that table. Yes. I would say that is one of the never foods.
So the question is, can other people interact with invisible stuff? We don't really see Peter at the feast try to grab someone's invisible food, right? He's just looking confused.
He blows on someone else's food, which he says thanks. So it did do something.
So I don't know if they're still physically there, just not visible. Because it doesn't really get tested. He doesn't try to grab an invisible food. So it's an iffy area. I'm leaning it would still hit him. But there's nothing backing it.
Like, do you think he would feel anything? If someone threw like that putting stuff on his face, would he feel it?
It would make more sense if he did feel something get hit, but I think the rules are loose enough you could interpret it either way. But ooh, his sword skills are coming back. Ooh.
Yeah. I was just thinking, like, if he just stopped, would the coconut just go phase right through him? Would it hit him and he wouldn't feel it? Would the Lost Boys be like, wow, is that like a new power you can do? Kind of thing.
The point I thought you were going to bring up with the coconut is how it slows down in time because it's already in the air getting thrown, and then the sword gets thrown to him, and then he slashes it.
Yeah, the coconut.
So either the sword got thrown very quickly, or the coconut is super slow.
The coconut slowed down.
Yeah, that's where I'm at too. There are some timing issues there as well.
Because I think the shot of showing the coconut when he has his sword before he spins coming at him is not going end over end as how like Rufio threw it. It's going left to right and spinning like it's on a string. Like a string that's tied around and let go so the coconut spins on its own. It looks like that. That's moving down a track. I think that's how they did it.
That brings up a good thing I forgot to mention earlier. Is Tinkerbell, her introduction, it's a mixture of string and knot. I think they did a good job with it. The reason I lean string in the earlier parts of it is because of the lighting that's on his face. Definitely seems to be illuminated by something. Yes. So there was probably a light on a string, and then they covered that with a visual effect to make it look like a pixie light. But there was definitely something on a string there.
Yeah. I'm thinking also with the shot of Hook and Tinkerbell shaking with the giant hook, or the hook and shaking Tinkerbell's hand. Is that Dustin Hoffman's face normal, and that's intercut to a huge hook that Julia Roberts is shaking?
I don't know if there is a giant hook. I think it's just her kind of faking holding on to something.
Okay, it didn't look like it phased through. It looked like actual connection.
And it could be the hook wasn't moving, so it would be an easy like comp job.
Maybe. It was very quick. It could have
been. It also could be forced perspective.
Maybe.
Theoretically.
Yeah. I think what they do with the sizing of Tink, very cool. Like, they make it work really well. It is dated looking, though.
For the time, I think it looks pretty good. It doesn't feel out of place in this movie.
Yeah. Because this is right after, for Spielberg, this is 2 years after Last Crusade, and I think 2 years before Jurassic Park. Is where this movie lines up.
We're slowly catching up with the times. I'll jump to, I guess, one of my favorite shots of the film, which is when Hook gets woken up by the pocket watch that Peter gave Jack. And then we kind of get like the shadow of the Hook over Jack's face.
Oh, over Jack as it goes down to the watch? Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those good, like I said, they play with shadows a lot in this film. I quite enjoy them.
I think that was a good shot. Yes, I think one of my favorite shots is towards the end with the fight. I think it's after he stabs Rufio, and Peter's there. Hook takes out as his hook, and it comes down in frame and stops to frame around Peter's head. I think that was a really cool end look. That Hook has Peter kind of in his clutches visually look.
Mm-hmm. Did the ball have fairy dust, and that's why it flew forever and then came down to hit Peter when he was trying to fly?
Coincidence?
No. Coincidence? I don't think it had fairy dust. I think that's just Neverland magic stuff.
Okay, I mean, because I thought it glowed it had the same glitter that the fairy dust has, which is why I asked the question.
I don't remember that.
Can a baseball have happy thoughts?
It's connected to a happy thought, which is Jack hitting the ball, but
I think it's just Neverland magic kind of thing.
Okay.
I find it coincidental that when it came down, it hit Peter directly on the head. Like it aimed for him.
Of all the parts of the world it could come down in, it chose Peter.
Also, we don't know where the field's fully built in that pirate area, so I'm fine that the hit from home base is aimed at the Lost Boys treehouse because we don't actually know.
Yeah.
So that's fine with me.
I do like that Peter gets to experience watching his son play baseball. It's not the same, obviously, but I actually, because Robin Williams is such a good actor. Just the joy that the character has in being able to experience this because he knows what he's missing. Because he's been to his son's games a few times, but
it throws off the heist.
It does.
Which also goes into a second instance of the memory thing, because you said how quick Jack loses memory kind of thing. The same goes for Peter. When Peter learns to fly and goes back to Tink, he goes, like, Pan's got kids? Like, he completely forgot he has children. So that, the memory thing to me feels like he is now, like, the mindset of his younger self. Like, it just overtook him. It didn't grow or change slowly over time. It's just like, that's now him.
It's like a split personality.
They're very inconsistent with it, which is one of my more plot-related issues with the film. Because I think it's done more just to elicit specific dialogue than it is for, like, to highlight a character thing or, like, how the world functions. And I think that ultimately is one of the things that does damage the movie in some way.
A little, yeah. It's not fully explained because of a magic system, but it is present amongst the characters there. I have here in my notes, if they are up in the Lost Boys treehouse and they can hear Maggie singing on the boat, couldn't anyone from the boat eavesdrop to what the Lost Boys are saying then?
Yep.
What the Lost Boys are saying?
Like, if it's just, like, quiet enough, like if the pirates are, like quote unquote sleeping and the Lost Boys are talking or anything, could those on the ship hear the Lost Boys? If Maggie's singing on the ship can be heard from the Lost Boys.
I guess depending on how loud they are, yeah.
Okay.
I guess that would be the takeaway. Unless Neverland gives her, like, magic music vocals that travel. But that is reading way too much into it.
I don't think it's magical notes or vocal points. I'll jump to another thing because Crimson, you brought up your least favorite joke. I think I know what my least favorite joke is in the movie.
All right, let's hear it.
It's when all the Lost Boys are blowing out lanterns and the last one spits it out. That scene just feels just for that joke.
Yeah, most likely. Some variation in the lights.
Yeah.
Yes, but it also feels like it could have ended with Maggie singing to just go to the next day. We didn't need a blowing out the lights, goodnight Neverland thing.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. It's not a required section.
Yeah, because it's already nighttime and we already see it. So to me, that weight holds just on that joke. But I think it is my least favorite.
Yeah. Let's see. One of the interesting things that I think that this movie does really well as far as pacing is concerned, I like that it gradually Peter's memories come back. I like that gradually, like, he gets his powers back, like his shadow is reintroduced briefly and stuff like that. Because it's hard to nail that down, especially if you have a character that's basically a functioning amnesia. He doesn't have amnesia, but it functions the same as amnesia would. I think I like the gradual return of, like, how it's paced out. Like, here's where he properly learns how to fly. Here's where he gets hints of being decent with sword fighting. You could see it slowly come back over the course of the film, and I think they did a good job pacing all the progress of that out over the film.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think the pacing of this film is quite well done. Crimson.
Yes.
Doesn't necessarily have to be well done, but what's another thing you want to talk about?
Oh, sweet. I guess going back to the Hook and Jack talk in the museum area, Hook brings up, like, have I ever made a promise and not kept it, or something along those lines. And I was just thinking, is there any that Jack would have known about? The only thing I think of is the if you touch them, I'll let them go. That doesn't get tested to be proven true or not. Um, the waiting 3 days to fight Peter, also at this point in time, wouldn't have been tested to be true or false. So it kind of just seemed like a hollow line.
I don't see it as hollow. That is just another strength to truth. He hasn't at this point made a promise that he failed on.
Yeah, it's more. See, the line feels hollow because there's no evidence backing it up. You're technically correct that he's made no promises to Jack, but it would be more impactful of a line if he did at some point make a promise and kept it to Jack. It could be something entirely small.
It would be a little more, but it would also combats that of the failed promises from Peter, and that's the memory holding on to Jack of the connection. So it's a complete, and being that there hasn't been one promise made, which is a little bit of the manipulation tactic because it's a trick on the words being used, but that's still a 0% to, I guess, 100 because the dad has made one promise that he broke that we have seen in the movie. Could have been more than the one, as we said prior, which would have strengthened a little more, but the one we do know is on Jack's mind to combat the 0 for Hook. And for a kid's mind, that's like, yeah, you're way better than the other one.
Yeah, my birth father's horrible. I mean, I agree it's a manipulation tactic, but I figured it'd be something to be discussed anyhow.
I have host card privileges, and Ryder, you're going.
Okay, it's a short one. I'm glad we got to see Tinkerbell in her iconic dress for at least a little bit.
You mean the ball gown dress?
Yeah, that's one of her iconic looks.
Oh,
I just remember the tight green.
Yeah, a lot of people remember the tight green stuff, but I do like the Cinderella kind of ball gown dress. That is also one of her iconic interpretative looks. At least for the Peter Pan lore stuff I'm familiar with. So
okay, maybe I'm a fake fan because, from what I know, this is the only thing I've seen that dress in. I don't think it's in anything else that I've seen.
Like I said, it's just a subjective thing for me, so it doesn't matter either way.
No, that's fine. I don't understand what made her grow.
It's a spell she's been working on for ages.
First time I ever wanted to make a wish for myself.
Yeah, she made a wish and it just worked.
Yeah, she's a fairy.
And then it ended conveniently when it needed to.
Ended conveniently, or she stopped it herself. Anyhow, it didn't last very long.
No. And it looks okay, but it is most definitely an artificial spotlight.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, the light that comes up behind them.
Yeah. That's very fake.
Do either of you feel like they did a good job building up Tinkerbell's, I guess, romance with Peter?
There's a romance? But
yeah, romance isn't the word I would use. I would say Tinkerbell's feelings for Peter.
Okay. I guess if you want to substitute it, did they do enough for that?
The whole thing where she fell asleep after he could have died really tarnishes it. But I think
conceptually there is a lot.
Edges it a little. Yeah. I think I'm on the yes. But if it wasn't for that, if it was more worry after going with the plank, I would definitely be on like a yes. Like easier kind of thing.
And Spranks, how's she compared to Miss Lynn, Greatest Showman? Because she kind of is doing the same thing where she's trying to steal someone's man.
Well, yeah, she does. She does kiss a married man. But Tink has been around Peter probably far more than Moira has. And probably has a far better established relationship that Tink knows of. Peter could have forgotten it, maybe knows a little more of it. We don't really know how much he remembers of the adventures with Tink, but they have far more time of a relationship together than Moira. And not a romantic one. I'm just saying as a two people know each other relationship. And seeing Peter all grown up now, Tink could have like the thought process of like, Peter chose Moira over staying with me now, and he grew up and aged, so it's now at the point he's no longer a kid, and Tink isn't a kid, but Tink sees now that Peter's an adult, what if it was Peter and I again, but at this age, like this state, he can't go back in time, he can't become a kid again, so there's now this possibility, this realm for it, and I think that's her curiosity of the mind for Tink to be like, I'm going to give you, a kiss. Because it's just that relationship of yearning all that time of not having Peter around when he was in the real world. So I do, like, part of me is like, well, he's a married man, but no one really gets married in Neverland. But I still think Tink's definitely smart enough to know what marriage is. Or at least commitment to another person. And I don't see it as jealousy, at least not this version, where past versions of Tinkerbell and other iterations are very jealous of anyone getting with Peter, which is essentially with Wendy. Yeah. So I think that gives a little more maturity onto Tink to not go full jealousy or bratty kind of situation, but more of like, now that you're here and getting your memories back, and Moira isn't around, I wish to still be connected to you in a way of her feelings being approached. Not so much like, man, Peter's a grown up, I want to bone him. Like, that's not at all a thing. It's just more of like, I have such deep feelings for you of how long we've known each other that she knows of, that Peter's forgotten, for her to approach even offering a kiss, because the kiss is what he approached with Wendy. The kiss is what he gave to Moira. Now Tink wants to do the same approach to Peter because that's his familiarity with it.
And I don't know, Ryder, your thoughts on the feelings, I guess?
So I think I get the impression that there's a lot of feelings between them because they have a big history together. But I do think there is some manipulation onto the fact that, she does try to take a kiss from him, or she does kiss his lips. She does know that he's married. She does know that he's got kids and other obligations. So that choice is entirely on her. I think they could have they could have framed it as like a platonic I love you kiss anyhow, but they chose to go like the angsty romantic route, and I think that doesn't sit too well with me. Lynn from The Greatest Showman's a good comparison. I don't think she's as bad as Lynn, but I do think she's Lynn on that scale. Sucks. I do think she's on the scale with Lynn, but I don't think, if Lynn's a 1, I'm going to put Tink at maybe a 4 or 5. She's clearly on that scale. I would say, so I buy into their relationship. It's very much a Tinkerbell. It's very much from her perspective. It would be the most angst there because obviously Peter has no idea who she is at first. But once Peter's got his memory back, I do wish they leaned into a little bit more like old friends gonna go at it again to try and solve the problem, the crisis, etc. So it's okay. I think their handling of it is ultimately what I'm going to settle on.
I don't think it would have helped if Tink was there for the hook heist, for the ball game.
Yeah, more activities with the two of them I think would be better.
because it would then connect more to their past adventures.
Yeah. Well, another
Which
thing
would
that I would
lean
have
more
liked is
an
maybe
understanding
is
of
have
Tink doing this.
have Tinkerbell follow him when he flies out. They can high five each other. You know, something to that effect. Don't necessarily need that, but something to just give more weight to the long relationship that these two characters have in the mythos.
Yeah. And the only person who can fly with Peter is Tink. So that's a bonding theme that only the two of them share, which gives more into the relationship. However, a bright side to the kiss that Tink does is it immediately knocks Peter kind of out to remember Moira and his kids, to show where his heart actually lies with. And it's not like he falls into the facade and Tink has to remind him, like, this wouldn't work, I just wanted to try it kind of thing, and tell him Peter himself came up with that upon the kiss. So I like that it isn't like fully darkened, corrupted Peter's mind kind of thing. Or heart,
I suppose.
for that matter. If I can jump to something else. I don't know if you two saw it this way. Peter gets hit in the head with a ball. Then he sees a reflection of his younger self in the water. And then his shadow on the wall. At an hour 32:40, with a shadow on the wall, does he fourth wall break and look into the camera? Like he can't believe what he's seeing?
Not to me.
I didn't see that if he did, so.
Okay. It's very quick, but I can't tell if it is meant to do that or not, because he turns towards the camera as if, like, it's not turning, like, looking away from the shadow, and it's not like the, closing your eyes tightly to shake it off, like, imagine something. But I couldn't tell if it was, like, fourth wall breaking, kind of like the audience, like, did you see that?
I don't think so, and if that is the case, I don't think that would fit in this film.
Okay. Also, I guess kind of to you, writer Tink in the Dress, how did Tink know that Peter was going to enter this original Lost Boy tree? To be there waiting?
She might not have been there waiting. She might have just been going down the nostalgia lane because she just missed him. And it's not her Peter yet still,
So it's coincidence
that the two of
them were just
I would say it's convenient coincidence. Yes, that's where I would lean with it.
Okay.
Because it is the weird thing for me is here is like, why wasn't she at the heist? Why is she here being nostalgic? Surely they could have used her help,
She's the one that hit him with the baseball.
I don't know about that. I'm leaning no. You know what? I'll just say no. Yeah. I guess in that scene explaining, it's nice to show a scene explaining Peter Pan, and I get that's, as writer you say, the mythos of Peter Pan, so it's not just like just the play or just like the story that Wendy kind of was talking about a little, but actually showing how Peter came to become Peter Pan and why he's not in Neverland anymore. I think this is a good kind of pacing thing, so it's not front loaded, but it's actually explained in a part.
Yeah, it is interesting. It is interesting the choice they made to, because normally Wendy is obviously the love interest for Peter, so it's interesting that they changed that, but it's the result of what the idea of Peter Pan's identity would have turned into. Is obviously is like it's a following through as to what a sequel would look like, kind of, because if Peter Pan stays Peter Pan, this would be the end result where obviously Wendy would grow old and stuff like that, and he would not. So it's an interesting subversion of the mythos, I would say.
It is interesting though that when he comes to visit Wendy, she's getting older until the point
he doesn't
where
notice.
Maggie Smith. I guess he does, but Maggie Smith is like, "I'm too old, Peter. I can't go on an adventure." And I'm like, "So, what was the previous Wendy like to go on an adventure with him? Was it like this 70-year-old lady fighting pirates?"
maybe last. Based on, if we're gonna take all his visits as like accurate to timeline, he only visits her like once every 10 years.
Yes, which could be a Neverland timing to real world timing situation. But I'm just thinking with the last one where she goes, "I'm too old to go on an adventure," and it shocks Peter. He's like,
Well,
"Oh,
how old
which
do we think Peter and Moira are?
well, Peter's a
Low
hard question.
40s?
Oh, like adult them?
Yeah, yeah,
I'd say
like
40s.
low 40s. So Moira was a little girl in that scene, so we could try to figure out the age of Wendy based off that loosely.
Well, from
How
the
old do you
fact
think
I
Wendy was?
found,
Like 10 or so? Not Wendy,
oh,
the Moira, kid
okay,
Moira.
yeah,
Sorry.
the fact I found is when they came to Maggie Smith to see Wendy, she was 92, to look like a 92-year-old woman. So then you reverse that of Moira that age to Kid Moira, which would
Yeah,
be 25 years,
25, 30.
maybe?
So Wendy would probably be around the 60 range at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I guess that explains the shock of Peter when she turns around and is old. So.
I
But
guess.
Neverland to the real world is not Narnia. It's not a Narnia situation.
Thank
No.
God for that.
I was surprised to see Gwyneth Paltrow. I kind of forgot.
Yeah. This is one of the first things she ever did. Or maybe it was the first thing she did. Yeah.
Then moved
That
on
was
to
Gwyneth Paltrow. That makes sense, actually.
Yeah.
As young Wendy.
Pepper Potts.
A line I guess I don't really understand or sit with is Peter explaining like his memory of his mom. And he goes, I didn't want to grow up because grow up, you die and it was scary. So we ran away. And it's just a crib being blown away by the wind. Yeah, it's not,
This is
he's
a
not
crib
running away.
and a baby who doesn't have
baby
thoughts yet.
In the rain. It's not crawling away or running away. I didn't think that really worked.
It could be how he like justifies it to himself, how he lies to himself to make himself think like he was cooler than what he actually was. But I feel like that would be something important the film would tackle if that were the case. Like he helped invent the mythos of Peter Pan because that's what everyone wanted to believe in, even though the truth is something much simpler. It's just it was a neglectful parent that happened to not notice that the baby carriage was rolled away.
Yeah. And that helps with the thought process of like, oh, any lost boy, any lost kid, like I'll bring him in, like how he was.
I'll kidnap him. Yep.
Yeah. Which kind of makes the story of Peter Pan more of Tinkerbell, since Tinkerbell's the one who saved Peter.
And she could have dropped him off at an orphanage or something.
I guess. It also, that would explain him aging. But then they give that to Wendy, of Wendy saving orphans. Which is fine. Like, she, went on adventures, saw the Lost Boys. It would make sense that that's something of her character to do in the real world.
Yeah, she would have been inspired because of her voyages in Never Never Land to do that. Yeah.
I touched on earlier great transitions in the movie. Another one that is when Peter has Jack in his arms as a dad, and he says, "I'm a father," and it transitions the lighting on his face to be that happy thought of him flying.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. Screw you, Maggie. Also, just because we're here, he flies now? They fly now.
He flies
now. They fly now. On the flying, overall, I think it's okay for the time. I did like the shot of him flying in front of the sun, though. That looked pretty good.
That did look good. I think that's the classic like moon shot from the animated one too, where he goes up and then he bends his legs to kick off.
Yeah.
But they did with the sun in this one, which is a nice homage. There is a blend though of green screen, I guess, or blue screen look to overlay and stunt on screen stuff. I think like when he's like swimming past the Lost Boys, I think that's green screen because of layering. But then when he's like running in the air, I think that's like wired.
Strings. Yeah.
The running is definitely on strings.
So good blend between the two.
And I'd say I'm limited on stuff from this time, early '90s, late '80s stuff, but I'd imagine there's not a lot of like flying imagery of people like spinning. I'm because they did a pretty good job of him spinning in the air, like a barrel rolling.
Yeah.
That looked pretty fluid.
Well, I'm trying to think of the Christopher Reeve Superman movies. Does he ever spin?
No, he's pretty much just a plank. It's pretty stationary.
I think he spins once, but it's been a long time since I've seen those movies.
I'm trying to think of like flying movies prior. What's a movie from the '80s where someone's flying?
So Google search. Nothing's coming to mind immediately.
Yeah, nothing's popping into my mind. There's got to be something, probably.
Nothing I'm familiar with, but yeah.
No. Curious if this is on anyone's damage ladder. Are all the pirates on the ship to get Peter, and that's why the Lost Boys are able to sneak into the pirates' area undetected in very brightly colored uniforms?
That is a good faith interpretation. Also, Peter could have chosen to go alone to be a distraction.
Okay.
I think that's what they were doing.
That's what I think they were going for, yeah.
Okay, there's also a war going on a boat. I have this as a nitpick. There's a war going on a boat, a lot of commotion and noise. And everyone knew the war was happening in 3 days, and it's happening. And Smee rings a bell to wake up more people who, like, are asleep not knowing this is war day.
That is a little funny.
They just didn't know what time of war day.
Yeah, they didn't know what time of day the war was supposed to start, you know?
True, but the octave of the bell makes sense to ring out louder than, screaming.
Yeah, but you mean like people should be waking up just to the commotion, right?
I feel like it's war day. All the pirates should be awake.
I suppose there's an argument for that.
It's like storming Minas Tirith, and it's like, oh yeah, we got a couple orcs just sleeping back there.
It could. I mean, like I said, this is a lot of devil's advocate. It could just be that like they could have taken. People don't believe Peter Pan's going to show up, so they don't bother because they saw what he was like when he was a few days ago.
Those who have no.
Because remember, he did say the war was canceled. Those were his final words.
Good point.
So there is.
You got me there.
There is some leeway here.
Yeah, no one was expecting a war to actually happen.
Yeah, I would say that on the flip side, that it is a problem. It does reuse. The amount of Lost Boys we see do not correlate to the amount that show up for this war.
Do you think there's more? Less?
Oh, there's way more during the battle, and then we have our small group that's shown to be all that there is of the Lost Boys multiple times.
Like at the table, the feast.
Yeah. And then they like quadruple in number size for the sake of the third act here in the battle.
I think there's more in the scene where Rufio draws the line in the sand. I think that's the most seen Lost Boys. There's more of them there than at the dinner scene. But even that, I think, that might be equal to the battle.
I'm gonna go.
It seems like the dinner scene didn't have Rufio's guys. Oh no, it did. It had a couple on the other end.
Anyways, the number discrepancies for me is very obvious. Because otherwise it's completely lopsided. So I got this as a flaw because the numbers are artificially inflated, and that really affects the outcome of this fight. I mean, it's not as if Tinkerbell can just sprinkle her dust in the Lost Boys and they can fly, right?
Theoretically, but it's also shown that in this film, fairy dust is not needed to fly. Because Peter can do it without it. But it is needed for Jack and Maggie to fly. So it's kind of like Peter has his own power and ability to do so without the need of it, or maybe he's just been like around it so much as being younger in adventures.
It's also a problem that why didn't she give her fairy dust to the Lost Boys? Because I said we wouldn't need this such lopsided, obvious number changes if the Lost Boys all could fly.
Only thing I really got with it is the possibility that it'll wear off.
That's true, but it's still an advantage.
It is. I think it would make sense if they flew into the fight, and that's it. Because then it wouldn't have the like sneaking around the pirates and they're sleeping and they're still present because all the pirates aren't there at the boat, kind of thing. So there's like shows there's no patrol, but then again, no one was expecting a war because it was canceled. But I think flying from the treehouse down to the boat would have been a cool visual. Maybe they couldn't do it because of practicality of like the visual effects or something, but that I think would have worked. Rather than it's like, oh, we can fly and then either when does it wear off? Oh, it doesn't wear off. They're always having happy thoughts, but then Rufio dies. Or what if it was like Rufio died and then like Lost Boys were just falling out of the air into the water because they can't think
second
of a
act low point. Yeah. Third act low point, whatever. Yeah. So I do have some criticisms of the final battle here.
Okay, with that, let's go to writer.
All right. Usually it's a classic issue. It's cutting out his Peter Pan cutting out his figure size in the sails. It would take way too long normally for that to happen. It happens really quickly to kind of illustrate like, oh my god, who is it? Who could it possibly be? It's just a tiny thing. It just doesn't work like that.
It does have too much detail in it. Yeah.
Well, would you guys have preferred if the sail kept the shape or not? Obviously, physics-wise, it wouldn't, but this would be kind of a cartoony thing anyhow.
Yeah, the fact that it fits the tone of the film. It's just they sped it up off screen because he just puts a knife through it. We cut away. What is that? Thing falls over. Perfect cutout.
Yeah, even with the spiked hair, and he's got the holes under his arms.
Which is not what it looks like in the sail.
No, but it is a cool prop.
It is a cool prop.
Just gonna stare at the camera like I'm in the office real quick.
You're not in the office right now?
Yeah, I'm in the studio with three of you.
We're in a studio.
Three of us,
it's pitch black. Yeah, it's pitch black in here. But we talked about it earlier. The clocks that the Lost Boys have as like a secret weapon on Hook. They have them concealed on them. Did they have them at the beginning of the battle?
I saw no clocks in the beginning of the fight. I think it just appeared out of nowhere at the end here.
Okay. Yeah, I'm on that
hide
page
under
too.
Their armor.
Okay. Something that the movie.
Okay. Sorry, I was just gonna say I agree that they come out of nowhere because in my head, if it was like something off screen saying if Hook gets too close to you, take out the clock to protect yourself, they would have given one to Rufio.
Yeah.
But
or show a scene of Rufio. Well, then show a scene of Rufio putting his clock down as he approaches Hook. Bane's like, "Oh, he had a clock. Oh, interesting."
It would have been really. It would have been a really. It would have been a really cool thing to like have Hook see that as well. Like as he's climbing up the stairs to him, we see Rufio pull out the clock. We see Hook tense up, and then we see Rufio throw the clock off into the ocean. And then Hook could smile, like, because they both got each other right where they want the other person for this fight.
Yeah, but Rufio's like even ground. I'm not gonna play dirty kind of thing, and then Hook plays dirty. Which
yeah, exactly. That's kind of what I think that scene would illustrate.
And then the mermaids would have thrown the clock back.
That would have been funny if the mermaids threw the clock back to prevent him from dying.
what was I saying? The film kind of portrays it as like it's a positive thing, though I kind of saw it as through a more negative lens of when Peter was uh, telling Jack that it took 3 days for him to realize that he made him happy. I was like, they frame it as happy. Oh yeah, you were the thing that made me happy, and then I'm like, it took you 3 days to realize your son made you happy.
So, see,
In a
this is
sense,
the
the happy thought was being a dad, and that's because of Jack. That's how I took it. Like, Jack was first born, and that makes Peter happy to be a father.
Mhm.
Took him 3 days to remember you loved him. It's one of those unintentional things the writers, I don't think, had any idea what they did. I complained about that a lot during Falcon and Winter Soldier. But here, I would say it doesn't help with the film's theme that the way he speaks about it. It took him 3 days to realize he loved his son. It's kind of a little weird. But obviously, the focus is on the happy thought, right? Of the being a dad. That's what gives him the ability to fly.
Yes.
Yeah. No, I agree.
My favorite bit of Robin Williams' acting, and probably in this whole movie, is Rufio's death. The look he gives Hook.
No.
No,
Well,
after he's dead.
No. Yeah.
Listen to my words, Crimson.
What? All right.
Yeah, when he says, like, you take your ship, you leave, you never come back.
No, and not even before that, as I would say, so when Rufio's dead, like he passed away in his arms, we got the whole "if I had a father, I wish he'd be like you." Just the silent like look that Peter gives to Hook before Jack pulls him out of it.
Yeah, that's good. And Jack got hit in the gut with Rufio's last words.
Yeah.
I'd feel super guilty if I was Jack right there.
But Jack didn't know who Rufio was.
Didn't need to.
Strange.
It
That's
didn't
true,
need to.
But
But it is like I said, I think I do like that it is Jack that pulls Pan back from the brink of that initial fight. Obviously, Hook's not going to let it end that way because Hook wants that duel. And I think the threatening the family like continuously, I think is more than enough to bring Pan back to the fight. What I don't like about it is it kind of makes Rufio's death feel a bit superfluous. Like, why did they just leave his body there?
I don't know. It's common for Lost Boys to die, apparently, because Hook says they kill Lost Boys. So
yeah, they kill Lost Boys, they kill pirates. But also just Hook being the one to do it. We actually see Hook is no mercy, kills a kid.
Yeah.
Which kind of gives
pool of blood.
Yeah. I was speaking more about the incongruity of like, because Peter walked away to be the better person from avenging Rufio, it kind of makes the following scene where he turns back to fight Hook, it kind of diminishes Rufio's death. That I didn't like.
I suppose. I mean, it wasn't that impactful to me anyhow. Even as like one of his final words before getting stabbed, the "looky looky, I got a hooky," and then stab.
Yeah, the taunt.
Yeah.
I think it would have been
I'm speaking
better
objectively here, Crimson.
I think it would have strengthened more if we saw a more bonding moments of Rufio and Peter, rather than "oh, you've proved yourself, you are Pan, and that's good enough for me" kind of thing.
That's it. It's so weird.
It. Yeah, like, "Oh, what can I learn from you? What does this now mean for me that you're Pan? Am I just?"
It's such an obvious
something like that.
It's such an obvious scene to have too, because everybody knows Pan isn't staying. So Rufio and he could
Yeah.
like Pan could tell Rufio, "You've done a great job," or something like that. They could have that conversation before the big battle. The fact that they don't, I think, definitely robs the film of some of the emotional impact of Rufio's death.
That I can agree with.
Yes, something
It does take.
that Rufio could have read as like fatherly advice or leadership
Yeah.
advice.
Because he's been, there could be an aspect of Rufio having to fake it until he makes it, because he's the eldest.
Peter,
Yeah,
I had such large
giving
shoes to fill when you were gone, and it was really overwhelming.
giving that sense of fathership role or figure of Rufio looking over the Lost Boys as Peter had, but not fully realizing that is being a father of looking over younger than you. They take, I think, the time that they would have given that to Rufio and Pan to give that to Thud.
Yeah, I do think Thud is a good choice, being he's, I think, the only one with a name in the Lost Boys. But
Well,
I
you can't forget
do.
Pockets.
Yeah, I had no idea who Pockets is.
Yes.
So I do, again. I'm kind of agreeing with you. I do think some of the stuff we got with Thud, we should also be getting with Rufio, because those two are clearly the oldest.
Yeah. And Thud's a good connection to talking about his mom, which then goes into Peter explaining his mom's story. So it's a little build up to that. So it's not just like out of the blue. So it's a nice connection of Lost Boys and their parents. And it also gives the marbles to Toodles. So Toodles isn't a crazy person. He was just a lost boy who's lost.
Mm-hmm.
So it does give foreshadowing in the Thud scene, which is nice. It's not just like an unneeded scene. But something like that with Rufio would have strengthened the Rufio kill as well. I mean, the Rufio death still has emotion to it. It has Hook crossing the line on screen. We see killing a child. That is irredeemable. He's not just like
If
hurting
it wasn't
him so he
clear he's
can't
the
walk or
villain,
something.
now he
Yeah,
is.
like he's dead. Onto Peter of someone who was in his mantle and died, and maybe he could have done better. Maybe he could have trained him more. This, that, or the other thing. But being called like, if I had a dad, it would have been you. And then Jack in the scene, the significance of, oh, the guy I just called my dad, I want to stay here, just killed someone. And realizing his actual dad is being said he wants to be a father to this stranger. So, like all that. So the scene is still has strength and has emotion in it from 3 different viewpoints, but it could have been better.
I pretty much agree with all of that. Yeah, it's like the scene's still. It's not a pointless death. It has strength behind it. Just could have been more impactful.
And Crimson.
Onto a point, or final thoughts on that?
If you had any final thoughts to add into that.
No, I mean that scene does deliver pretty much every point that you threw out there. It is multifaceted. It's not just a sword fight and then a character death that impacted several parties. So I agree.
And were you fine with the Thud scene that Peter and Thud have? I'm just curious if you're one who would be like, oh, I want that removed. I want that summed up. I want to. How you would.
No, I think that scene's all right. If I was to remove character interactions, it would be the Tinkerbell bit that we talked about earlier.
Oh, the kiss. Okay.
Yeah, that whole section I don't really need. Quite frankly, I don't really like Tinkerbell in this movie.
Okay.
I'm not a huge fan of Tinkerbell in
It's
this
a
film
different
either.
version of Tinkerbell.
That's true.
But Crimson, you don't know another version really of Tinkerbell.
Not in its entirety. Like I said,
Yeah.
I've seen bits and bobs of
Yeah, if I were
the
to
animated
pick,
one.
because Rufio dies, I had to delete a scene. The Tinkerbell kiss scene would probably be one of the scenes I would cut. To get more Rufio and Peter time, to show that they're in the bonding stage now.
I might, I would cut the spitting joke.
Yeah, I would
That,
shorten.
like that.
I would shorten the Shmi and Hook scene in the back of his cabin, because that's a very, very long sequence from going to suicidal to developing a plan.
I'm trying to think, would I cut the Maggie singing scene to give that to the review time?
It doesn't really add all that much other than we get more Maggie, who's been absent.
Maggie exists.
You are not cutting Maggie out of this movie. Don't lean that way.
Yeah, well, we'd have to be unanimous, and let's be honest, you'd be against that.
Yeah.
And she serves a purpose as a tool too, because Peter was going to fight Hook, and then she yelled for help, and then he went to her instead.
Yeah, so I would
killed.
Yeah, I kinda. I would definitely say that Maggie is more relevant and here than to. I wouldn't argue for her to be erased, but I would say that she is very much a background character, which I think sucks.
A bit, but she has more strength in this movie than the entire villains in Air Bud Golden Receiver.
Not incorrect.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Something I liked, and I would have liked more if they elongated the scene a little bit, is how Hook got hurt by Jack's betrayal. Where he went to his real dad, Peter. Hook looked hurt because he built a bond with Jack.
Yeah, maybe he doesn't realize how much he did bond with Jack, but that could be something.
There are a lot, and by a lot I say maybe 7, maybe less than that, maybe like 5 shots of a situation going on, and the camera cuts to get Hook's reaction. Not a word, not a phrase, just like how he feels. And it happens quite a few times. And this is one of those times where it cuts to Hook to see the betrayal of how he feels. And of course, he just puts that anger onto Pan.
Yeah, I like that it's there. I would have liked more of it, because it's kind of just that one moment. And then it's kind of, all right, now it's just a fight, and then the gator or the crocodile bit. And that's it.
Not that it needs to be said, because I do think it's obvious. Peter Pan has a lot of plot armor in this final battle.
Good thing none of these pirates have guns.
Well, yeah.
No flintlocks, yeah.
But they're not using their guns.
Yeah, there's a lot of plot armor for Peter and the Lost Boys in this final battle, and that's fine.
He still gets injured.
He does. But I would say there's definitely plot armor.
Yeah. Crimson, how do you feel about TikTok the crocodile?
As a whole, or in this?
In this.
Okay, because I'm pretty limited to like villainous.
That's a part of our history we didn't even talk about.
That's true.
But
in this, fine. He hunted it down, killed it, stuffed it, made it into a clock tower or something. What I'm not fine with is his death. It sucked.
That's what I was kind of leaning at.
It was so bad. He could have moved out of the way. He didn't. And then he just got sucked into the gator? I mean, he's just not there anymore.
He got eaten. It burped.
So it was an atrocious ending to Hook. I like the concept that he died to the croc that took his hand. Kind of like a full circle thing.
Yeah.
But it was so bad.
It's a classic thing. It's a classic thing when the villain dies to their own creation or something that's like was super relevant to him, like Shin at the end of Kung Fu Panda 2, or Palpy to the Death Star. I would say, yeah, this is. I like the concept, but it's still
goofy.
Yeah, it was goofy. I think it definitely undercut some of the drama with its goofiness unintentionally. But yeah, I wish they took it a little bit more seriously, because it is. I understand what they're trying to do. I don't think it works.
I think it would have been better if the crocodile fell and it was just like a blunt death.
Yeah, crushed him
rather than being swallowed. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
if they wanted a swallowing or something, maybe they could have him get hit and fly into the mouth, and then you hear him like hitting in the stomach because he's still alive, and they're like, "All right, I guess we'll just let him starve," something like that. I don't know. Might be a little too dark. But
I think it would be too
him
dark
being
because he would
trapped
be
in it.
talking the whole time. He'd be complaining and talking. The being swallowed, he's gone. So if he was smushed, just gone.
Yeah.
And then the hook just rolls around on the ground because it fell off.
Oh yeah, it's like the ruby slippers. The hook is just there on the end. Yeah, the TikTok coming back to life to eat him, but then still being like a statue because its mouth isn't moving and it's still like planking, just staying stationary. I think is too far for me.
All right, and what does that translate to?
Great question. That's a great question. I think I have it as a nitpick because I don't know how to feel about it, but something's wrong with it because there's no like kind of I guess there's like a slight magic when the hook goes into the gut. I couldn't tell if that's like the green fog coming out of it that's like making it alive or something, or if it was alive the whole time because that doesn't make sense. If it was like in a coma,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
so it's I think there's a line of whimsy and a line of silly, and I think it crossed over into silly.
And with all that, you're considering it just as a nitpick?
I have it as a nitpick because I don't know fully how to go with it other than like TikTok came back to life and I don't know what caused that and I don't know if it actually is true.
I don't think it came back to life.
Okay, I'm going it came back to life because it moved its head and it burped.
Well, the head moving is while it was like falling apart.
Oh, you saw that as like the clock fell out of its mouth and then its head went down of like a weight of gravity, not actual movement.
Well, even before the clock fell, the head moved, but the like wood was falling off. It was just kind of falling apart. So, yeah,
Okay, then how do you explain the burp?
cartoon sound effect. I mean, it's
Yeah,
not.
but in world.
It's not beyond it. Did someone say, "Oh, it burped"? I'm not attributing it to being in universe.
Okay, so the burp is to the audience.
Yeah, fun little kids. Hey, it burped.
Interesting.
Okay. As for me on the ladder, though, as an end, he's presumably dead, but I don't know how he died. He just disappears. He went in a hole that wouldn't have killed him unless his head hit the back of the throat, I guess. But I think it's tall enough to where it wouldn't have been an issue.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, he just disappears. I'm leaning
So like,
issue flaw territory because we don't know how the villain died. That's kind of a big thing.
Like Lord Farquaad. Like
I mean, he's pretty definitively dead in that. But...
I mean, I don't need to see the villain die on screen to assume they're dead, because How to Train Your Dragon does that a couple times.
You don't need to see them die, but you need to know how they died.
Yeah, a remnant left of like they're gone, like either his hat, like his wig, or the hook, or something. Like he just vanished.
You know, like Cutler Beckett at the end of Pirates of the Caribbean: World's End. It's very obvious how he dies.
Yeah, he died. You don't see him die. He's dead.
He died by drowning.
Maybe was he dead before he hit that flag? I don't know.
I don't know. We don't get to see his face. He could be knocked out and then drown in the water. Who knows?
Yeah.
No, but yeah, I mean, what it looks like here is he got sucked into the gator or I keep saying gator, crocodile, TikTok, and I don't know why he'd be sucked into it
because it hates him.
They do hate each other. But where do I sit with this? I guess.
It's just very unusual.
Yeah, I think I'm at a Nick to issue. It feels like he kind of vanished into thin air, and I kind of feel like that's a better explanation than him being swallowed by the crocodile. Like he holds no power over Neverland anymore, that sort of thing. It's still obviously that interpretation is riddled with its own problems. I kind of wish that were the case, but based on what the film has, yeah, I think I'm between a Nick or an issue overall for it.
An issue.
Yeah, an issue.
Yeah, it's just
the
music swelling and the panic in the acting is great, but it's a little loss on I guess climax. No, not lost. Loss on I guess the climax of the big villain thing. Especially with a movie being titled after him. No, don't get me started on that.
Yeah, that's very fair. I would this might be a personal thing for me, but did they overdo it with the "I believe in you, Peter" bit when Hook's holding him against the grinder essentially? I feel like
no.
the only person I needed it from the group was Jack. Like Jack was the only person I think who needed to speak in that scene, and maybe Maggie if the film wants to remember she exists.
I would agree it's overdone because we already got to see the Lost Boys cross the line and believe in him being Peter.
Yeah, so I think
it's fine.
I think it's cheesy, and I think because a lot of the film is cheesy, that's why it felt unearned to me. Because how I say on the podcast, you have to earn your being cheesy. And well, because of the rest of the film is cheesy, this one just kind of stood out as unnecessary to me. It still functions, but I think the scene would have been far more impactful if it's just Jack that says it. Like he can see Jack, and then you can see all the other Lost Boys like nodding behind him. Like they don't have to say anything, but you still get that encouragement. They all agree with Jack.
Yeah, I'd prefer the nodding. Because like I said, we already established that they believe in him as being Peter. So, kind of redundant.
Yeah, like I said, it works still. It's fine. I think it's a subjective hit for me. It's one of those things where I think the pacing just a tweak would have made the scene a little bit more impactful.
Something that does not make practical sense is the sword that comes out of Hook's sleeve.
Oh, his hidden dagger?
It's longer than his forearm, which means he couldn't have that in his sleeve.
He could if it was rubber.
Yeah, he was using a rubber sword. So, cool idea. They need to shorten the blade to where it's not longer than his forearm, because otherwise he could not bend his arm in a fight, or else it would rip through his shirt.
Yeah. And that is not a thing they stuck with.
No.
Yeah, so there would be an inconsistency.
Yes. It is. A fun fact I can share that I didn't share at the beginning was when all the Lost Boys were lined up and Peter had to bestow his sword upon one of them to look over everyone. None of the boys in that scene knew who Robin Williams was giving the sword to.
Interesting.
It was for genuine reactions of the actors.
There was only like 2 candidates, you know.
I mean,
I doubt any of the side people that don't say a single word are like, "Oh, am I going to be the new leader? I didn't even talk in this movie. Do I get to be the new leader?"
But the reaction from Thud is a very genuine one, which is nice.
Yes. He was not told he was going to get it.
It would have been great if he just gave it to a nobody. a kid with no name or speaking lines. Like,
Give
you
it
showed
one of the two.
potential.
Yeah, give it to one of the twins of the Boy Scouts.
There's a lot to talk about this scene that I actually really like. Like I said, so like Peter dancing with the Lost Boys, that Hook is dead and Hook is gone, and it's the look that his kids are giving him that kind of pulls him back out of it, and he kind of comes back into himself. I really like that. Just as I like that he does stay to give the Lost Boys a proper goodbye.
Yeah, it doesn't just leave.
Yeah.
Seeing movies like this, older films, makes me appreciate modern day like sword fights more. A lot of these movies are a lot just like swipe, 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 down cut, swipe, 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 down cut. It's very similar to like Princess Bride's fight, but they're
you
way more
dare
dynamic.
besmirch Prince
No,
Bride.
it really is.
It is. Yeah. I know. It's pretty gimmicky. Yeah.
It's similar.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I would say,
and that's a lot of old sword fight stuff. It's not very dynamic.
it's very, very fancy style. Very, very dynamic in the sense of like it's more body movement than sword movement.
Yes, but Wesley and Inigo in the beginning of their interaction sword fight, using other fencers' terms and fight styles, is not like this.
Yeah.
That far more craft into the choreography of the fight than this does.
Yeah, there's still an art to it. It was still an art to it for sure. But I do see your point. It's not. I mean, the classic one that I always go to is Duel of the Fates and Phantom Menace. Really, really good choreographed duel. Some hard hitting moments in that and stuff like that. And it flows very well, and it's a dynamic fight. And I think that one was the Phantom Menace was 1999, right? I feel like.
I think that's right.
Yeah.
Sounds right.
And that to me, I think, is one of the first like really, really well choreographed fight scenes that kind of broke away from this fencing style. I'm sure there's more, but that's a big one that I think of all the time.
Yeah, that was a big
really
one.
have a fence. Yeah, they didn't really have a fencing fight in Return of the Jedi.
There's a couple stick clacky moments in Luke's fight with Vader, but that is also a fairly decent choreographed fight towards the end when Luke is backing Vader onto the hallway to cut off his hand. There's some good choreography there, but it's mostly the emotional high that's carrying that one.
An Empire.
Yeah, the Cloud City one also is a decent fight too.
Okay. Well, you said cut off his hand, so swap the movies.
Well, I mean, Vader loses his hand at a.
Oh, Return. Sorry.
That's what I was referring to.
I juggled back and forth in my head.
Yeah,
they're mixed up.
They're good fights for sure. I think though, there is those fights I think were the first ones to feel like weights behind them. But in terms of like fencing styles, like that was predominantly the easiest one to do choreography wise for movies, and because that just seems to be the most common one. But yeah, I think that's kind of where I'm at.
A swashbuckling movie should have swashbuckling in it.
And yeah, I think so. I think the fencing style here works because it is the swashbuckling movie. Obviously, I think Pirates of the Caribbean takes the swashbuckling sword fighting style to another level.
Well,
but
yeah.
But that's obviously years later.
No, actually, less than 10 years. Or is it 10 years? Was that 2001 or 2003?
Something like that.
Yeah, it might be a little.
I feel like we've looked that up on the podcast before.
Maybe. I think it was 2003. That's what I'll solidify on. Looking at my notes, looking at things I've already touched on, already talked about. How do you guys like that when Maggie and Jack come home, they get in their beds not to disturb their mom, but when the mom wakes up, she thinks she's still in a dream?
I actually like it I like it because of the reaction of I like the payoff to her reaction that comes when she realizes her kids are in their beds. Obviously, she's questioning a lot in her head, but I like that she kind of just falls to her knees and the kids come to her. It makes the emotions, I think, far more impactful for the scene.
Yeah. And no, I agree that she just thinks they're not there.
Yeah.
Or like thinks like it's just a dream to continue and gets back in the chair. But I also like her reaction to the kids pans up to show Wendy and Wendy's reaction that Peter won. Like the kids are back.
Yeah. And that brief moment, I think that Wendy's forgot the actress's name. Mary McDonnell?
Maggie Smith?
Maggie Smith.
Oh,
Mary
not
McDonnell.
Mary.
What the fuck? Okay. Yeah, Maggie Smith. I really, really like I feel like there's a brief like couple frames in there where she realizes, why is Peter not here?
Yes. Why did Peter wake up in a park?
I
Reason.
don't fucking know.
His clothes are changed. He's back in his regular clothes.
Are the kids back in their clothes?
I think so. Well, Maggie never changed clothes, but I believe Jack is in his baseball.
Yeah, it's a neat reset on everything.
But I think that's what they left Neverland in, right? Jack didn't fly off in his Captain Hook outfit.
Yeah.
He like took it all off. But Peter in his green Peter suit becomes back into the black and white suit he had.
It's interesting. I wonder what Hook looked like if he was in something else in the normal world.
Bald. No, really thinning hair.
Bald.
Without the hairpiece on, his eyebrows are wild looking.
I mean,
yeah,
them on
it's his
yeah.
dreads that really sell it.
Mr. Marbles.
Toodles.
I don't like the flying. Takes me way out of it. It's kind of like the kissing couple as well. I just don't like the idea of the magic being so readily out there.
Yeah, that's such a world building like issue in this for me, despite how minor it is, because it's really unnecessary.
I think it's completely okay because it's with pixie dust and happy memories. And
oh yeah,
maybe
I'm fine that it works logistically. I don't like that everyone can see it.
Oh, yeah. The couple on the bridge is so short, like they don't actually fly; they just go up and then back down. That's fine. Toodles would be definitely on a damage ladder if it wasn't the end of the movie.
How come the couple literally flying is okay because it's short?
How come they don't react to the fact that they're flying?
Same reason why I think Peter having a happy memory at the beginning doesn't react. He's flying. He's like, oh, I have a happy memory. He's just raised it. Which would be a situation. The couple is fine because they're kissing each other, and I'm going to assume their eyes are closed so they wouldn't notice. But Peter having a happy memory and flying would change his perspective of what he's seen in the room. He's not closing his eyes thinking of something.
How nice of you to assume their eyes are closed. I mean, there's a difference between Peter, who was like 6 inches off the ground, to the couple that were probably 8 feet.
Is the only difference in
we don't see them go back down either. We kind of just leave them. So what was your question?
I'll say could have been a problem. I'm just saying, like, if depending on how high, what is the feeling? Like, how high do you have to be to feel the difference? It's just in your feet. It's just the weightlessness in your feet, right? Like you're not pushing your gravity against something.
I mean, the only other factor would probably be wind, I guess, depending on how.
You'd have no wind in the house, but they're on a roof. In the winter, I think they would feel the cold.
But yeah, if you're starting to levitate, your feet are going to naturally point downwards. They're not going to stay flat. So you're going to feel that.
I was trying to think of the pixie dust thing we talked about with the Lost Boys, if pixie dust only works for flight in the real world, that doesn't work because Tink gave pixie dust in Neverland to Maggie and Jack to fly.
Yeah.
So that does really feel like just a Peter thing without pixie dust. But
then why is he special?
Peter? Don't know. That doesn't get explained in this movie. What makes Peter special to fly without pixie dust? Don't know.
He's extra happy.
Sure. Yeah. I was gonna say, I think it's funny. After 3 days, Brad is still trying to call Peter.
Has it been 3 real world days?
I don't know, but I would guess so.
I don't want it to be, but it would make the most sense.
Unless it's been 1 day. It's the fact that Maura says she keeps seeing her kids in her dreams, to the point that she doesn't believe seeing them in real life is real. That's making me believe it's more than a day.
I mean, time clearly has passed because it's not like they blinked in and out of existence.
Yeah.
They were searched, the mom's in the room.
But Maura's also not super worried where Peter's been.
Yeah.
But she does acknowledge he's been gone.
That's a tough one. I don't think they did a good job establishing it, because I can see it being 1 night, but I could also see it being 3 days.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's between those time frames. I don't think it's any more than 3 days.
I don't think.
And I don't think it's been less than a day.
What makes you say that?
The Maura saying she sees him in her sleep.
Well, she was sleeping right there.
Yeah, one instance of waking up and seeing them.
She could have been having nightmares and waking up several times during the night.
Yeah.
Could have, but...
So, they're pretty darn vague about it.
Yeah, Nightmare, I think, would have projected a different outlook of her waking.
Well, yeah, if she woke up from a nightmare at that time, yes.
Yeah, so kind of, it's just iffy. Blank. But I think it's between those times.
I'm pretty darn low.
Oh, and Ryder?
I'm also pretty low. I can scrape out 1 more, though, if need to be.
Okay, 1 more each. You got it, Crimson, you're beginning.
I feel like I was the first one.
Well, I would have said Ryder, but Ryder's like, let me find something.
No, I've got mine.
I got it.
It. The one time.
I know,
so, right? It is the one time. Wendy, should she have told Moira about all this stuff?
I don't think she would have believed her.
I mean, she believes her now with her with the Toodles flying.
She kind of has. I'm going to believe she's read the story.
Yes. She's probably heard the story, but she probably has... I mean, based off this, she was not told, hey, it's real. Your kids are in Neverland. Sure, it would be crazy, but I think it would kind of be against her to not try and tell her that. I mean, she told Peter.
Yeah, I don't know if that's something Maura would have been, being married to Peter and like-minded things would have been like, okay, how do I get there? Help me there. And then been mad at her grandma.
Sure, that'd be an interesting avenue. It's extra drama.
It would, but I think it would add more drama.
I feel like Wendy would do it.
I don't think the movie needs to cut back to the real world to see what's going on there when we're in Neverland. I think being from the real world to Neverland, everything encompassing there, back to the real world, and when we go back to the real world, we still have an explanation of how Maura's feeling, I think is enough.
Oh yeah, I mean, it could be a simple line of like, the kids are back and she's freaking out, crying and happy that they're there, and she's like, I can't believe she was right, or something akin to that.
I think that could lean into the cheesy factor.
I mean, it depends on how they do it. innately doesn't really seem that cheesy to me. What are your thoughts, Ryder?
On Moira being
Wendy.
informed of everything, right?
Yeah. When do you bring it up tomorrow?
I feel like Wendy would explain it because it's not that different from Peter, who's might have been directly involved, but who's also just a normal person at this point. It would be an interesting scene to play. Maybe she tried, maybe they get into an argument and Moira doesn't believe it until she sees Toodles fly. That sort of thing. The old man is Toodles, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Ryder, your last point.
Yeah. I like the through line with the phone because immediately he hears it, and then it also he finds it again. It's lucky it still works because this is an older phone, but also, when he goes up to see Moira, he gets a call again, and then just finally just turns it off, and it's a nice little through line to show that he recognizes what's most important to him now.
Yeah, he's a changed man.
He is a.
I just think you like the sound of the fly or whatever.
Yeah, I think it goes into Robin Williams' acting, but also just his comedic approach to things of how nonchalant he is on the phone call with Brad, sounding like a madman.
Yeah,
I think it's so funny. It's like, where you been? Oh, Neverland. Oh, Captain James Hook. What are you crazy? I'm gonna climb a storm pipe.
Yeah, it all adds up a little bit.
Oh yeah, and the lines of like, well, gotta fly. Earlier when going to the elevator to catch the plane or whatever he was doing. Wow,
which is
a reference.
Yeah. Is that a reference of saying like, oh, planes crash all the time and he's worried about his death, and then he goes, but what if it's the captain's time? And the captain's voiced by Dustin Hoffman, who plays Captain Hook.
Whoa.
Is it his time? Because he dies.
He does die. Maybe he dies in the real world, and that's why Hook disappears.
Oh.
Because that's like a dream version of the real world.
They're connected.
Hook. Wow.
A plane crash happened in the real world. And yeah.
Neverland is just a dream world, and when you die, your Neverland figure dies.
Which one of us is stretching more? Mr. Fantastic or Plastic Man? We are.
Y'all are doing great. I'm just going to go back to making my Iron Man machines.
Yeah. Crimson clever, but no.
No, I mean
that's where I'm at with that. Clever, but no. My last point, which has a little bit of a high and a little bit of low, so it neutrals out, is back to the baseball game. Crimson, you said how fast it was that they did. I guess made the field and got the outfits and the bat and stands and all that to craft it all, and it is a bit fast. To me, it's Smee being the pitcher. And he learns how to throw a curveball and knows how to pick up signals of what to throw. I put that on the low end that he took time to learn that and know how to throw a ball properly and all that. What do you mean, what time?
I mean, we established there's such a small timetable. When would he have had time to learn it?
Oh, I don't know, but he learned it because he identified it and threw a curveball. So I don't know when.
How did the catcher know the hand signals too?
Yeah,
this whole ball game is just.
But the plus side I have to it is we see Smee prior before Jack goes to bat throwing balls like a lunatic. Like he's tripping over his own feet throwing the ball. He's getting real close, doing like little baby throws, all that, until the curveball, which he treats Jack like an actual player and not babying him. So Jack actually feels accomplished in getting that home run. And that's the plus side praise I give to it.
Is this through a meta lens of a viewer or something that Smee was intending?
Meta lens of a viewer, of me watching it. I don't know how to go about it other than seeing Smee throw and goof up and everything. He's not being serious to the other players. But when Jack comes up to bat, he is serious in throwing the ball as a curveball. So because
it is Jack's game,
feel to Jack, yeah. and it's not babying Jack just so Jack can get a home run or get a hit or something like that.
Run home, Jack. Don't look
Yeah.
back no more, no more.
So, that is all the points. We will now go into summaries and ratings. Oh boy, we got someone who entered this very low, or presumably very low. Someone who entered this presumably really high, and someone who presumably entered this hating this movie as a child. So, let's start with writer.
Alrighty. I will do my subjective first. The good news, I think, for Sprinks, I don't hate this movie anymore. As I have said before in other parts of the podcast, there is life here. Robin Williams is carrying this movie, I think. Like I said, when he was a child, I do think he was carrying the movie then too, but here I think it was just more pointed to me. A lot of the lessons stick a little bit harder since I'm older. That being said, I don't care much for Tinkerbell in this film. Hook, I love the costume. I like the idea. I like the concept. Don't think it was like a great execution or anything. Comedy was hit or miss. But I don't hate the movie anymore. I did find myself enjoying it. But I'm also not really like gonna go like I need to see this again tomorrow kind of factoid. So just realized I'm matching my Cat in the Hat score. I'm at a subjective 5, I think. Was that where I was for Cat in the Hat? I feel like that's where I was. I know that was one of my scores.
Yes, it was. I believe so.
So, don't hate this movie anymore. I can see myself watching it again with people. I can see myself watching this again maybe in a few years, but it's not something I'm going to go out of my way to watch. So, solid 5, I think, is fair to give it. Objectively, the plot at its face is Peter Pan has moved into the real world, forgotten who he was. Hook steals his kids. He has to go back to Neverland, learn how to be Peter Pan again, and also be a kid again, and essentially win his kids back, both emotionally and physically. I think there's a lot of complications that were thrown into this plot, and a lot of fast tracking, and I do think there are some plot holes here and there. For example, one of the smaller ones, Peter was hoisted to the top of the Lost Boys hideout. No explanation for that. The ball that hits him in the head in the Lost Boys hideout kind of teleports to hit him in the head because it comes out of nowhere. I would say Peter's lack of his lack of memories drive the plot forward. I wouldn't say that's a plot related thing, but it is convenient that certain things come back to him at certain times. But I still like that they're well paced, so it's not fully a negative, but it's pretty middle of the road, I would say. I would say the emotions for Peter onto his kids is very well characterized as a driving force of the plot. It's a good motivation. Hook's motivation is stated, I think, in a good enough way to get the point across. He's the bad guy after all. I do think his plan functions as a means of trying to get Jack over to his side to kind of stick the knife into Peter. And I like that Peter doesn't really let it get into him during the fight because he's already got his happy memory. And I do think in a lesser movie that would have been their choice for a third act low point where Peter loses the ability to fly because his son rejects him, but the memory of his son is still enough to carry through. I would say Rufio needs more development to get his death to hit harder. World building, magic is loose, I will say. I don't think there's enough of it here to even me to extract soft core magic rules. It just works a certain way. Kind of went over the food for that a few times. And I think the biggest hits to world building for me is the memories and how that affects like people in Neverland versus the real world, because it affects Jack, who forgets Rebecca. Maggie exists. And I would say, yeah, I think that's all I'll say for now. I'll save some for you guys. As for characters, Peter, great character. Biggest nick to him is really, I don't know where the what's it called? It was a big point for me. The phobia for flying. It's a kind of a questionable nick into his character. I don't think he never does anything particularly out of character in his journey from learning to be Peter Pan again and to prioritize the important things in life more. It's a very solid plot to give him. I don't think there's too much that would nick him for me as far as character is concerned. I can't think of anything off the top of my head. Hook, I think, is nicked a couple times, but nothing, again, that breaks his character. I think there's some inconsistencies on his motivations and his questions about how he wants to get revenge on Peter specifically. His drive to want to finish the war, but also his drive to leave, which is an option granted him by the film, as Crimson pointed out. But again, functional character. I think the kids are fine. Moira's fine. Wendy is fine. The only nicks I have, I do have a nitpick for Jack, which being, again, ties to the memory thing, so it's not too bad. Most damaged characters easily Tinkerbell. I think for someone who's, according to the film, loves Peter, she gives up on him pretty quickly and doesn't give a shit at the fact that he might be dead and drowning. That's pretty character damaging for me. I do think there's a sense of manipulation onto Peter a little bit. It doesn't go to like the full on hatred that Springs has for Lynn and Greatest Showman, but I do think there is some of that here on Tinkerbell, and I do think that tarnishes her character. I do like her whimsy but that's subjective. I do think she's probably the most inconsistent character here. So, all that said, I think I'm at an objective 6.
Okay, bit of a middle of the road movie for you. I'm gonna go next. We'll save Crimson for the end. I'm curious if he has changed anything on a podcast view, as he might be curious if I've changed anything of myself on a podcast view.
Wow. I think your subjective's going to be the same.
One way to find out. Let's see. Let's start with my objective. My objective here. I think what is in the okay section is the editing. I think the editing of this movie is okay. I don't think anything's really like quick cuts or no like flashy transitional pieces of editing, like transitional of scene to scene is very good for cut shots of editing the cinematography to line up, but actual like things flying by to cut through or digitally enhanced editing stuff, none of that. So I think the editing overall is fine. Nothing's really like crazy. It's not the beginning of Air Bud Golden Receiver with like crazy cuts and the twists of visual effects and all that. None of that. I think the flying effects for 1991, are fine. I think they're good. They're definitely green screened or blue screened and overlaid into live shots and everything. But I think the mix of wires, the mix of the camera angles of the shot to the scene, I think the real world effects, like when Peter flies by and cuts Rufio's pants, and effects. I think all that lines up to make it more believable than just using one of the effect themes or styles. So blending them all really helps it give more dimension, and I think that's pretty good. Um, Visual effects, I guess, was the other thing I had. Tinkerbell was the one that stand out the most to me. Really can tell by like her kind of outline of where she is that she's not there, or it doesn't seem seamless in scenes, being like her blur effect or however they touched her up in After Effects of the film to put her in scenes and whatnot. I think she looks the worst, but it doesn't come across as like, oh, my eyes, it's really bad looking. So that's okay. And the choreography, I think, is okay. Like the sword fighting um, bits and the movement of who's where during the battle to line up the Lost Boys and the Pirates. I think the choreography is fine. And the things I think are great, though, that is above it. Costuming. I think the costuming of the Lost Boys, of Peter, of Hook, of the Pirates, everything's to the environment. They all look really good. Even the outfits of the baseball team that the Pirates have, I think look really good. Now, the world writing into that is the issue, but the costumes look really good. The lighting in this movie, very good lighting in a lot of scenes, mostly artificial on sets, but the colorization of the scenes onto the actors and the characters and everything and the environments of what glows and what doesn't, really good. I think the golden sword of Peter's really shines more on that brown sunburnt um, skate park look, so it pops out more than vibrancy of if they were in kind of like the hub area of the area, the Lost Boy area with the snow and the trees and everything. I think the gold would lose and it shines a lot brighter with all the browns. That's just one example, but stuff like that. So I think the lighting's really good. The music is phenomenal. It's a John Williams score, and it really sticks with the movie. I do think some of the pieces, though, were made to fit the actions of the film versus after. So I think it was worked in tandem with what was being shot, because there's a lot of scenes where the music plays and swells and ends on what the actor or what we're seeing on screen is depicting. A great example of it is when they go up to the nursery before they see the note on the door. It's really like worrisome and building everything until Maggie Smith points out the door, and then it slows down and becomes more mellow. And that's not just a piece overlaid or, I suppose, edited to the music to make sure the shots are within where they need, which could have been a thing. But being a Spielberg and Williams, I'm sure they worked in tandem together of what was meant to what scenes. Um, I think the acting's really good. Dustin Hoffman as Hook, I think, was very good. It's movies like this that make me question a movie of Dustin Hoffman and Gary Oldman working together. I don't know if there's a movie like that exists, but I think they would be very cool scene partners together in a film. Just being how Dustin Hoffman kind of encapaces, that's not a word, takes on a role of character.
Encapsulates? Is that what you're looking for?
Encapsulates, thank you. Encapsulates his character into his role, and I think he does a really good job with Hook here to match that off of Peters, especially not being, he is evil, child killing kids, all that, but he also has this dramatic flair to him that makes him stand out. His very vibrant of red and his charismatic nature of how much he hates his crew, but how much he like enjoys the crowd and being in control and stuff like that. And I think that really plays off of Peter, who's like, I just want to be with my family. I want to be isolated, but then gets the Lost Boys and becomes a group again. But it's a nice duality between the two. The kid actors I think are all pretty good. A lot of them don't really talk. So, but like Jack is fine, Maggie's fine, Thud is fine, Rufio's fine. Like I think the kid actors who get more screen time are good. The pace in the movie I think is really good. The first hour feels like it flies by. Maybe it's just me and how many times I've seen this movie, but it doesn't feel like the first hour is an hour. It's just very enjoyable. It does get a little low points where you get like the loud, uproarious pirate stuff of like the ship or the baseball game, and then it's kind of got the low moments of the Lost Boy hideout with like the talk with Thud and the Tink scene where she grows and the learning about Peter's past. I think it is a good balance and pace though, so it doesn't feel adrenaline the whole time, but it is kind of a not necessarily super good flow, I would say, as much as the first part of the movie is. The transitions I've already touched on are really good. I like them. And last thing I have on my noted down because I always forget something and I try to write them down because big 200 here was set design. I think the set designs look great. It looks like a whole lot of effort and team went into it to make everything as feel immersive world as they could with the pirates and the whole hub they have by their pier and the Jolly Roger ship and the Lost Boys hideout of how like all magical like seasons are all taking place in one area, but also like kind of the 90s grunge feel of the skate park look with the Rufio takeover. And like that's how that's aspect incorporated it because if they're going to tailor to the kids at the time, the early 90s to incorporate that feel sense of skater was cool to incorporate in. It didn't feel too heavy handed. So all that stuff I think was really good. The one thing I haven't touched on yet was the writing. And I think the writing might be the weakest point of this movie, which is a bit sad. There are points that are really tightly written, like really good, like 3 lines that are really good. But then there's like a whole scene that's loose or okay with like the magic or the relationship or the center focus on one character versus another. And I think if there was more time of what is important to the overall plot and story going on, of the emotion they want to tie in, like the whole review talk we had, some things would be cut short or taken out and added in, or made the movie longer. I don't know how the runtime affected it, if they had a budget on that of what they could and couldn't do. But that to me is probably the weakest point of this. It still gets the story across, the characters still get their motivation across, but it just feels a little looser overall, especially shining on those scenes that do feel really tight to a character. Like Hook's whole dilemma, mental thing he has with Smee, really tight to his character. But you don't have that with a lot of other scenes in the movie. So it does stand out as like this highlight that I wish the whole movie was written with that kind of highlight tone stuff. Um, Maybe it's just tricky for like more tailored to a kid's audience and what you want is silly and fun and you can't have that dark approach the whole time, but you also want this grown-up approach of Peter Pan. um, so you got to implement it, so the balance of that. But overall, I've said a lot here, so I apologize for that. Hopefully Crimson can still say some things in his own words. Objectively, I have this at an 8.5. I think it is a very well crafted movie, but it is not perfect. Subjectively, this will be a lot shorter. This movie is swashbuckling, adventure, fun. I really enjoy it. I think it's fun. Fun. I don't need to say it 3 times. It's funny. It's fun. It's paced well. It's uh, entertaining. It gets me kind of in a piratey mood, but also uplifting mood. I think it's a good like father son story. Um, the low points being older now don't feel as boring as when I was younger. Kind of thing. It's like, oh, this is the low point with Tinkerbell. I'm gonna go get a snack and come back, kind of thing. Like as an adult, it's like I'll sit through it because it's a connection of all the characters. So, subjectively, I have this at a 9, which I know is very high, but it is not a 9.5 and it's not a 10.
What's keeping it from a 9.5?
I think the story of the character connections, like the thing of the Tinkerbell and Peter, or the thing of Wendy and Peter. Like we know about it, but we don't really see more of it. Or Rufio and Peter. I think there's enough of Jack and Hook to work with that. I think there's definitely enough of Hook and Peter to work. Smee and Hook, I think, are good, but there's just a couple things lost of, I think, characters established that they know of each other and a relationship being built that is not as strong as it could to tighten the emotional punch of all these characters together written well in the movie.
All right. I guess that leaves me.
It sure does.
All right. I will go with my objective first. Not something I usually do. All right. So let's talk about, I guess, some of the rules of the world here and just inconsistencies with it. We have the Lost Boys who have stated that they kill pirates. Um, and we also see Peter killing pirates. So the movie does not establish why they're shooting eggs at pirates or making little bowling balls out of each other to knock over pirates. It's over the top. It's obviously catered for children, but they need to establish that Peter is the no kill guy to even possibly give this a reason. But they don't do that. Peter is a killing guy. He does do it. Hook, he states one of his motivations is he doesn't want to be here. He wants to leave. He feels trapped. He can do that. Even if it's a fleeting moment, a passing comment, it's still something he utters, and I'm going to hold it to him. Uh, Peter, I'd say, is pretty consistent throughout the film, um, with the asterisks of his like memory stuff. Um, so they get a little bit of wiggle room with that. Tinkerbell, I think, is inconsistent. She's shown to love him, and as stated, she did not care when he presumably drowned. She says, "Oh, time to go to bed." So, and then, no, that's more subjective. I'll leave that part. I agree that I think the costumes look good. The editing, I would say, is kind of weak. Um, you had the one frame baseball thing. That's whatever. That's a baby thing. But you had the continuity of him just changing outfits mid flight. Um, that might be editing direction. I can't really tell what that would be under because it's a continuity error or a cut scene. Something happened there. I think the lighting overall looks okay. Having Tinkerbell on a string to emit light on Peter's face is good. Good quality there. But as Spring said, the Tinkerbell as a whole, she has an outline a lot of the times and isn't exactly fit the scenes correctly. When they're when Peter and Tinkerbell are in the old burn up hideout, she is very well lit, even though they're in a dark room and Peter looks dark. The room's dark. There's no light in there, but she's bright, and not from her fairy emitting light. She has no aura around her or anything like that. Um, I think the integration of the magic is broad. You can imagine food, but is the food still there but invisible? Don't know. Can you imagine other things? Don't know. It's too wild. Um, the ending of Hook, his demise, presumably because he vanishes. I think I labeled that as an issue, because he's the main villain, and he gets dispatched in a way that is unknowing when it should be clear cut. Oh, he got crushed or something. He just disappears. Let's see what else. There's a lot you guys already talked about. It's already gone on too long. So I'm at a 6.5. I was teetering between that and a 6, but yeah, I'll leave it at 6.5. Subjectively, bum. Didn't state at the beginning of the podcast. Initially going into this, I had this film at a 4 out of 10. But has it changed? Is it a 3.5? 4.5? Is it now a 9? Am I matched with Sprinks?
Okay, well, first off, don't get hilarious now. It's not a 9.
It's a 9.5? No. But it did go up by 0.5. I'm at a 4.5. It's not as annoying as I remembered it being. I did enjoy Hook when Hook was on screen, most of the time. His death being the outlier, because that bugs me heavily. But 4.5, some enjoyment due to Hook. Lost Boys, I could do without. I don't care. I found no entertainment value with them. There was some good humorous moments of shooting the the pirate, I guess, playing baseball and jumping out the window, as mentioned. I did not like Tinkerbell whenever she was on screen. Um, yeah, it's just below average enjoyment level for me, but not in hate territory. Nor was it originally. 4 is not hate territory, but it's getting there. I guess that's it.
You enjoy this movie more than Marcine's moms. I am now happy. That's okay. That's a good thing. Because before, it was matched.
Yeah,
Hey,
that is
maybe if I rewatch
thing.
Marcy's Moms, I'll find something new out of it.
Yeah, you'll find out that it's worse and it goes down.
I don't know about that.
Let's see.
Possible.
Well, that's episode 200. Is there anything else, gentlemen, or shall I read us out?
Stay tuned to 300 when hopefully we find something that Ryder has a high or low on, so he's not in the middle again.
Yes, put me in the middle. Yeah,
Something. No more middle Ryder.
Everyone wants to be the middle, I guess. I'm sorry, I really am. Like I was hoping that I wouldn't be in the middle for this one, considering my childhood feelings towards this movie. But yeah. Is that everything, gentlemen?
actually, that is true. Your scores are sandwiched in between Crimson's. Crimson, you had to give the exact 0.5s to be on the outsides of Ryder.
It's true.
Oh, like we're hugging.
Well, you did 4.5 and you did 5, and you did 6.5 and you did 6.
Yeah.
What a twist!
Darn, nobody was near the 9 though. Or the 8.5.
That's fine. No one was near the 2.
Oh, that's fine.
That's
good. Nobody picked 2.
Yeah.
Next week starts. Well, I guess this is in the new season, so it's new stuff. Just because we're in these outfits, it's not a theme season. Just letting that know forward.
Just like Cat in the Hat.
We're not going to keep the hooks as much as I enjoy it.
Nope. No, just to lay that on you. So next week is something. Next week is
something that isn't Hook.
That's true. I'm just trying to see how different it is from Hook. I think it's quite different. So. But yeah, I think that's it. Let us know down in the comments what you think of Hook. Have you ever seen Hook? If you haven't, why were you listening to this? Thanks for
What's your favorite Peter Pan story?
Ooh, what's your favorite Peter Pan? What's your least favorite Peter Pan story? What's
your middle Peter Pan film?
Actually, that's the perfect question. What's your middle Peter Pan movie? You know what? Maybe that's a post-poll production.
Post-poll protocol.
Post-poll protocol. All right. Well then, thank you for listening, audience, be it YouTube. No, wait, hold on. I already screwed up.
What is YouTube?
We're only 200 in.
I know. It's perfect time to screw up. Well, thank you for listening, audience. Whether it be Spotify, Amazon, Castbox, Good Pods, iHeartRadio, Podcast, and Samsung. And if it be in our visual side of things, be it YouTube, Rumble, or frickin' Spotify, thank you for watching our PNG Tuber slideshow there. Please feel free to like, comment, and subscribe everywhere. Tell us how much you hate our opinions or how much you love them. And as always, I've been a Geeky Writer.
I'm Crimson Maroon.
And I'm Strings.
And we will catch you next time. Later, everybody.
Bye.
Toodaloo.